advancing policy to benefit Filipino communities worldwide. Your work reminds us that the Filipino diaspora is not just present in global politics, you are shaping it. We now invite Chairperson Dante Clink Ang II and USEC Arlene Borja to come on stage to present the tokens to the panelists and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights during the panel discussion. This certificate reads, "Certificates of appreciation are presented to our moderator and panelists, Attorney Jimeno, Honorable Dos Santos Tan, Ms. Magistrado Rojas, Mr. Acera, Mr. Villa Gonzalo, and Senator Shelly Calvo, for your contributions as moderator and panel discussions. Amplifying voices, diaspora advocacy, and policy influence at the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit held on June 16, 2026 at Manila Marriott Hotel, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed by Secretary Dante Clink Ang II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Thank you very much. That ends our political engagement panel discussion. We now take a little time as we wait for a short pause. While on pause, we will be witnessing a stellar performance by Filipino singer, recording artist, and performer, Miss Michelle Montes. She is a contract live singer of We Sing Hong Kong. She released her first single, Sinubukan Ko, just last year. Presently, she performs 3 times a week in various countries across Southeast Asia.
sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Miss Michelle Monses. Our economic panel discussion will start in 2 minutes. Everyone is requested to return to their respective seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request everyone to return to their seats as we are about to start our second panel discussion. Thank you. For decades, the Filipino diaspora has been recognized primarily for remittances. But today, we move beyond the narrative. This panel discussion explores the broader spectrum of diaspora economic management, such as investments, business ventures, entrepreneurship, and the creation of economic opportunities that benefit both host countries and the Philippines. Entitled Beyond Remittances, Diaspora Economic Contributions Through Investment and Entrepreneurship. Our panelists will share how they are building businesses, creating jobs, facilitating investments, and demonstrating that the Filipino diaspora's economic impact extends far beyond the money sent home. To help steer the conversation, we welcome on stage Dr. Toby Melissa Monsod. Dr. Monsod is a Ruperto P. Alonso Chair Professor of Development Economics at the UP School of Economics. She publishes in the areas of the economics of climate change, public economics, economic development, institutional economics, and housing economics, and has received the NAST Most Outstanding Book Award for her work on 3 volumes of the Philippine Human Development Report. Before joining the academe, she worked with urban poor groups and indigenous people, as well as served as Assistant Secretary of Trade and Industry and Secretary General of the then Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, now Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. She has held several advisory positions with the United Nations country team and is currently an advisor to the Institute of Climate and Sustainable Cities. Let us welcome Dr. Toby Melissa Monsod.
Are quite bright. First of all, I'm a last-minute replacement for my mother, who really sends her profound apologies that she was not able to come. She really wanted to, but she is recovering from. She could not recover fast enough to be here. Let me put it that way. Okay. So this next panel. Congratulations to the first panel. By the way, it was very interesting. This panel has as its theme, Beyond Remittances, Diaspora Economic Contributions Through Investment and Entrepreneurship. It intends to explore how Filipino global power can be harnessed to advance the economic goals of the Philippines, with special focus on diaspora engagement as business owners, entrepreneurs, and investors who have flourished and are still flourishing in highly competitive economies. What factors or mechanisms inside or outside the Philippines have enabled and sustained their competitiveness? And consequently, what aspects of the Philippine economy must be addressed or improved to encourage even more engagement and diaspora investment in the country? So for this purpose, we have 4 distinguished panelists. Our first panelist is Mariela Fletcher, the National Chair of the National Federation of Filipino American Associations. Since immigrating to the US in 1988, she is focused on strengthening community unity and ensuring future generations have a strong voice and greater opportunities. Inspired by her children and grandchildren, she champions a cohesive Filipino-American identity to address shared challenges and promote success. With a leadership that emphasizes proactive advocacy, meaningful dialogue, and community-driven initiatives. Professionally, Mariela is a real estate broker in Washington and leads the IDIC Filipino Senior and Family Services, supporting underserved seniors. She has also contributed to parish and civic initiatives and helped elevate Filipino culture through business ventures in Seattle. Our second panelist is Roxanne Sarto, the National President of the Roxanne is the National President of the Filipino Communities Council of Australia, Incorporated, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Filipino Community Council of Victoria. A graduate of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and Melbourne Business School, Roxanne leverages more than 20 years of experience across Australia's premier financial institutions, including the National Australian Bank, the Australia and New Zealand Bank, MLC, and MLC, growing the Filipino Community Council of Victoria into Australia's largest Filipino charity and a leading ethno-specific aged care provider, expanding its impact across aged care and multicultural communities. Her advocacy for the Filipino community and multicultural inclusion was recognized through her induction into the Victorian Multicultural Honor Roll in 2025. Roxanne is committed to giving back to her home country while advancing diaspora leadership in Australia. And there's Roxanne. Our third panelist is Amy Alado Blake, an international lawyer, cross-border advisor, and hybrid entrepreneur, specializing in sustainable infrastructure, climate transition, and cross-border investment between the United Kingdom and Southeast Asia. A part-time civil servant of the United Kingdom, she brings more than 2 decades of experience across the public, private, and third sectors, with expertise in governance, regulatory risk, and complex stakeholder environments. In her private capacity, Attorney Amy is the chair of the ASEAN UK Business Forum, which advances trade and investment corridors between the United Kingdom and Southeast Asia. She is also a trustee of Well Trust, which supports post-disaster rebuilding and livelihood programs in communities affected by Typhoon Haiyan in Capiz. Based in London, she works to mobilize trusted partnerships for a resilient future. That's Amy. Finally, we have Anna Rose Harshwardhan, who serves as the Assistant Director of the Strategic Partnership and Advocacy Division of the Securities and Exchange Commission. As Assistant Director, she leads investor education, stakeholder engagement, and strategic advocacy initiatives that promote financial literacy and inclusive capital market participation. Prior to joining the SEC, Anna held various leadership and communications roles at PESA, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, specializing in investment promotion, public relations, international engagement, and human resource development. Anna earned an advanced master's degree in globalization and development from the University of Antwerp in Belgium and a bachelor's degree in social sciences from UP Manila. She also completed an advanced diploma in finance and markets for policymakers under Singapore's Wealth Management Institute and Temasek Foundation. Okay, so here we are, a panel of all women, an all-women panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so each of our panelists will now have 5 minutes to present. 5 minutes to present their experiences and insights on how the diaspora has contributed and can further contribute to the economic goals of the Philippines beyond remittances. Okay, so we start with Ms. Mariana.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. It is a true privilege to join this panel today and to speak about the power of the Filipino diaspora, a power that reaches far beyond remittances. For decades, overseas Filipinos have made extraordinary sacrifices to support their families, uplift their communities, and strengthen the Philippine economy through remittances. But let us be clear, our contribution does not end there. The Filipino diaspora is a global community of professionals, entrepreneurs, investors, public servants, and community leaders. We contribute not only resources, but also ideas, expertise, influence, and innovation. At the National Federation of Filipino American Associations, or NAFA, we describe that broader impact through 6 forms of diaspora capital. That these are human, civic, economic, social, leadership, and retirement capital. First, human capital. Across the world, Filipinos bring excellence to healthcare, education, technology, finance, and public service. And when they mentor, teach, and share what they know, they do more than transfer knowledge. They help build the talent, confidence, and innovation that move nations forward. Second, civic capital. Advocacy matters because policy shapes possibility. When we advance efforts, such as Medicare portability, dual citizenship, and overseas voting, we do more than protect rights. We build stronger bridges between Filipinos abroad and the Philippines, and we open new doors for reintegration, retirement, and deeper economic participation. Third, economic capital. The next evolution of remittances is investment. It is entrepreneurship. It is job creation. Diaspora resources can help grow businesses and strengthen vital sources or sectors, from healthcare and tourism to technology, education, agricultural, and renewable energy. The goal is not only to send money home. The goal is to build lasting prosperity. Fourth, social capital. Many investments begin with trust, and trust begins with relationships. Through networks and partnerships across business, government, academia, and civil society, the diaspora connects people, ideas, and opportunities across borders and turns connection into collaboration. Fifth, leadership capital. Strong communities do not happen by accident. They are built by leaders who can solve problems, inspire action, and bring people together. That is why leadership development and mentorship are not side efforts. They are essential to long-term progress and central to NAFA's mission. The sixth is the next frontier, retirement capital. Retirement is not the end of contribution. In many ways, it can be the beginning of a new chapter of service. Filipino retirees bring experience, assets, networks, and wisdom that can fuel mentoring, entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and community development in the Philippines. As we discuss retirement and reintegration, I warmly invite you to visit the Retirement and Reintegration Community Project booth outside. NAPA is committed to building sustainable pathways for overseas Filipinos to reconnect, retire, invest, and contribute to the Philippines. And we welcome your ideas, your voice, and your partnership in shaping that future. Because going beyond remittances means recognizing the full value of diaspora engagement. It means turning knowledge into opportunity, advocacy into access, relationships into partnerships, and experience into long-term development. For decades, overseas Filipinos have helped power the Philippine economy through remittances, but the future asks more of us. It calls on us to transform that support into investment, entrepreneurship, leadership, and sustainable development. That is the promise of the diaspora engagement, and that is the future we must build together. Marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mariela. There was a bullet point on her slides. I don't know if you caught it, where she says our greatest export of Filipino Americans may be knowledge, skills, and leadership that can empower future generations. Maybe we can discuss that more later. The next, we have Roxanne. You have the floor.
Maybe that's one that's working. All right. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you. And I'm truly grateful to be here in front of all of you representing our diaspora, championing our communities here, not only here in the Philippines, but abroad, and raising the Filipino flag with pride, and spreading the love and spreading our culture and touching 1,000 lives. I would say in Australia, the Filipinos actually just comprise about 4% of the population. We're not a voting bloc. We don't have a lot of influence. But really, our influence that a lot of people overlook is our strong influence and engagement. I would really dare say that every one Filipino touches 1,000 lives. When we touch 1,000 lives, then we have more strength. We have more power. Our unity goes beyond numbers. All right, to understand where the Australian diaspora started, can we have the next slide, please? We have to understand where we came from. The Filipinos started in Australia as pearl divers before 1900s. And then we have the family reunion program. So we really started a very small community. Then in 1970s, peak migration happened. From under 500 Filipinos, we ballooned to about 3.5. That's still not significant. But now, Filipinos make the 5th largest community in Australia. We are 5th largest. So our influence and our voices need to be heard. When people speak about diaspora contribution, can we have the next slide, please? Sorry. The conversation often begins and ends with money sent home. This is important, but this is incomplete. Our experience in Australia shows that diaspora communities also contribute through social infrastructure, volunteerism, leadership, advocacy, and the daily work of keeping communities connected, visible, and resilient. Those are the non-numerical contributions that we provide. As CEO of FCCBI, I had the privilege of leading an organization that is both an umbrella body for Filipino groups in Victoria and a long-standing ethno-specific provider of community aged care. That matters because it shows that migrant community organizations can do much more than celebrate culture. We can deliver professional services, respond to complex social needs, and help government system reach people in culturally safe and trusted ways. In practical terms, that meant supporting older Filipinos, reducing social isolation, assisting families, and making sure people could remain connected to their language, culture, and community while receiving care. In other words, the diaspora contribution was expressed through service, compassion, and institution building. I come from a community that I represent is on a grassroots level. FCCBI of the Filipino Community Council of Victoria is the peak and umbrella body of organizations in Victoria. We actually have about 11 member organizations under our wing, and those 11 organizations have their own mandate. Each organization, for example, we have an organization that looks after international students. We have a group that looks after domestic violence victims. We have also a group that looks after our overseas workers. So from this experience, I see at least 4 forms of contribution beyond remittances. First, care. When a community delivers aged care, home support, and welfare services, it contributes directly to social well-being. The next one is voice. When we advocate for access, recognition, and inclusion, we strengthen democratic participation. The third point is culture. When we preserve heritage and share it confidently, we enrich multicultural Australia. The fourth is leadership. When we mentor, convene, and organize, we build capacity that benefits future generations. Lastly, my role in PhilCA as president extended that work from the Victorian context to a national level. PhilCA exists to unify Filipino Australians across the country and to promote and advance their welfare and interests. In that role, the challenge was to ensure that Filipino Australians were seen not only as workers or migrants, but as active contributors to Australia's social, civic, and political life. That meant advocating with institutions, supporting representation, convening leaders from different states, and reinforcing the idea that our community has both voice and responsibility on a national level. So the message I bring to the summit is this: we cared, we advocated, we connected, and we led. Through FCCVI, we created trusted, culturally responsive care and services. Through PhilCA, we bring Filipino-Australian perspective into broader policy and community discussions. Across both roles, we show that diaspora impact is measured not only in dollars, but more so in the things that we cannot count and put dollars on. The ones that comes from our heart, our malasakit, our pakikipagkapwa, and our community. I will close with this thought. The Filipino diaspora builds more than balances. It builds communities. It builds institutions. It builds leaders. And it builds belonging. Together, we are stronger as a community. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang Filipino here and abroad.
Thank you, Roxanne. I think the real challenge, as Roxanne was pointing out, the energy you have, the question is, how can it be harnessed towards Philippine investments if that is at all possible? So that's something we'll discuss further. Next up is Amy, Attorney Amy.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, CFO, for having me here as one of the panelists. As a Filipino lawyer based in London and chair of the ASEAN-UK Business Forum, I have the privilege of working across government, business, and international networks. Today, I would like to share why the future of diaspora engagement is not simply about what we send home. It is about what we can build together. Next slide, please. So we're going to discuss in this panel not just the financial remittances, but also social remittances and other economic remittances from the diaspora community. Next slide, please. When looking closely at our global footprint, I asked AI to map our 10 plus million diaspora. Instead of a single image, it returned two interesting images. Can you move to the next slide, please? Both tell such a powerful, interconnected story that I decided to keep them side by side. And yes, there are Filipinos in Antarctica working in maritime and expedition roles, contributing to scientific research and exploring one of the most remote places on Earth. Next slide, please. Remittances remain one of the great success stories of the Filipino diaspora. They support families and have provided stability during economic crisis, natural disasters, and during the pandemic. But if we stop there, we are underestimating the true power of Filipinos abroad. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the diaspora engagement, we often focus on financial transfers. Yet, overseas Filipino possess a trifecta of powerful assets. This was mentioned by Secretary Ang earlier in his keynote speech. These are the building blocks of sustainable economic development. The question is how we convert these assets into productive opportunities for the Philippines. Next slide, please. So here it shows a table of sort of a comparison about remittances and investments. Remittances help families survive and thrive. Investment creates jobs, builds infrastructure, and drives innovation. If remittances are about supporting households, investment is about transforming economies. Both matter, but one creates generational impact. Next slide, please. Through the ASEAN UK Business Forum, I have seen firsthand how diaspora communities create trusted connections between countries. Diaspora leaders understand both cultures, markets, and regulatory environments. And trust is often the most valuable currency in international business. Diaspora communities provide that trust. Next slide, please. This is a greeting from the King of the United Kingdom, King Charles III. Now, the next one. Yeah. Sent to the Filipino people during the 128th Independence Day celebration. So from the letter, you can see that the king explicitly underscored two priorities: climate and the natural world. For an economic panel like ours, these aren't just environmental talking points. They are structural economic realities. The Philippines is the most disaster-affected country in the world. Climate change is a direct tax on our GDP, disrupting supply chains, infrastructure, and the livelihoods of the very families our diaspora supports. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So my own work focuses heavily on sustainable infrastructure and climate transition. For the Philippines, I believe there are exceptional opportunities in infrastructure, renewable energy, my favorite, the blue economy, digital transformation, and SMEs. These sectors can generate employment while addressing national development priorities. Next slide, please. No, back. Next slide, please. Yeah. So these are the logos of the different organizations that I'm connected to or have worked with. In the interest of time, we can clarify this during the Q&A. But as mentioned, 11 years ago, I was here during Secretary Nicola's convening of the Global Diaspora in 2015. And I was also one of the founders of NFID, the European Network Filipino Diaspora, in 2012. And that is the body of the different NFID country reps, such as NFID Austria, NFID UK, and so on. And the others I can discuss later, maybe during a Q&A. Next slide, please. So in this slide, you can see the two logos. The other one is a what is called the Coral Triangle. As we can see, the Philippines sits at the center of it. The Coral Triangle is called the Amazon of the seas. For a country, the blue economy is a luxury or an afterthought. It is a core pillar of our national wealth, driving our tourism, feeding our people, and protecting our coastal areas. The other logo represents the 17 UN SDGs. SDG 14, Life Below Water, is the least funded of all SDGs, but it actually flows through every goal. This brings us back to our role as the economic diaspora. When we talk about investing in the Philippines, we need to broaden our horizon to include blue capital. Next slide, please. So we've looked at the vast potential of the Coral Triangle, and we've seen how the ocean connects all 17 SDGs. But the real challenge for an economic panel like ours is how do we operationalize this? How do we turn policy into bankable investments? And this slide, by the way, there's the link it's for free. You can download the book. I've written a chapter on blue economy. It was in 2024, commemorating the 5-decade journey of EU and ASEAN relations. And it was also timed during the elections of the new MEPs, or the members of the European Parliament. So it contains a good reference for the EU to have reference in a region, the Southeast Asian region, of course, specifically focused on the Philippines. Next slide, please. So diaspora is ready to engage. The challenge is creating an enabling environment. This requires policy stability, transparency, efficient processes, and trusted platforms that connect diaspora investors with credible opportunities. Engagement must evolve from occasional outreach to a long-term partnership. Next slide, please. The Filipino diaspora is one of the nation's greatest strategic assets, not simply because of what we send home, but because of what we can help create. Together, government, business, civil society, and the global Filipino community can unlock a new era of inclusive and sustainable growth. And then the last slide, please. Madamo gid nga salamat sa tanan.
Thank you, Amy. Okay. We now have Anna from SEC, the only one from government in this panel. So you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. To our non-resident Filipinos, our fellow workers in government, our partners from the private sector, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. When we talk about the Filipino diaspora, we often focus on remittances. And rightly so. Every year, Filipinos abroad send billions of pesos back home, supporting families, communities, and in our economy. But today, I'd like to shift our conversation from simply sending money back home to growing wealth back home. Many Filipinos overseas work incredibly hard to build financial security for themselves and their families. Yet despite years of hard work and savings, many still ask the same question, which is, how do I invest safely and wisely in the Philippines? Next slide, please. And this is where the SEC, or the Securities and Exchange Commission, comes in. The SEC is a government agency responsible for regulating corporations, the capital market, and investment products in the Philippines. Our mandate is to protect investors, promote transparency, and ensure fair and orderly markets. For Filipinos abroad, this means helping create an environment where you can confidently invest your hard-earned money, whether to build wealth, save for retirement, start a business, or secure your family's future. Next, please. Now, one way the SEC supports economic growth and investment opportunities is through regulatory reforms. In recent years, the SEC has issued several memorandum circulars aimed at making it easier and more affordable for businesses to comply with regulations. This include measures that support one-person corporations, reducing registration and compliance costs, and providing incentives for our micro, small, and medium enterprises. While this may sound technical, they have real-world benefits. Many overseas Filipinos eventually dream of starting a business in the Philippines, and making it easier to do business. These reforms encourage entrepreneurship, support economic growth, and create more investment opportunities for everyone. Next slide, please. Before we talk about investing, let's first distinguish investing from saving. So saving, as we know, is about preserving your money, while investing is about growing your money over time. Many Filipinos abroad are already disciplined savers. The next step now is learning how to make your money work for you. The Philippine capital market offers a variety of investment products that cater to different goals and risk appetites. Next, please. And this include stocks, where you buy shares in publicly listed companies and participate in their growth. There are also bonds, usually government bonds and corporate bonds, which are generally lower risk investments that provide fixed interest income. And for those who prefer professional management, there are mutual funds and unit investment trust funds, or UITFs, where your money is pooled in with other investors and managed by experts. There are also ETFs, or what we call the exchange traded funds, which allow you to invest in a basket of securities through a single investment. And finally, there is PERA, or the Personal Equity and Retirement Account, which is especially relevant for our overseas Filipinos. Next slide, please. PERA is a voluntary retirement savings and investment program designed to help Filipinos prepare for retirement. Its key benefits include low minimum contribution, tax incentives, tax-exempt investment earnings, and tax-free qualified withdrawals. What makes PERA particularly attractive for today's audience is that overseas Filipinos may contribute up to 400,000 pesos annually, which is double the contribution limit for locally employed individuals. And for many non-resident Filipinos who plan to retire or eventually return home, PERA provides a practical way to build long-term financial security while enjoying valuable tax benefits. Next, please. However, while legitimate investment opportunities continue to grow, so do investment scams. Unfortunately, overseas Filipinos are often targeted because scammers know that many migrants have savings and are actively looking for investment opportunities. And one tool we use as a regulator is the Howey test. This helps determine whether an arrangement is an investment contract that should be regulated by the relevant authorities. So simply put, if you invest money in a common enterprise and expect profits, and these profits depend primarily on the efforts of others, then it may be considered an investment contract. So for example, if someone says, give me 100,000 pesos and I'll invest it for you. You don't need to do anything and you'll earn guaranteed returns, probably 10% per month. Then this should immediately prompt further scrutiny. This is why we always encourage investors to ask before they invest. First, is the company registered with the SEC? Second, does it have the authority to solicit investments? And third, are the promised returns realistic? So to help investors verify this information, the SEC has developed the SecCheck app, which is a free mobile application that allows the public to verify whether a company is registered with the SEC and authorized to offer investments to the public. So as I close, I would like to leave you with this thought. Every peso you earn abroad represents sacrifice, which is time away from family, missed milestones, hard work, and perseverance. And protecting and growing that money is just as important as earning it. The Philippines offers legitimate opportunities to build wealth through businesses, capital market investments, and retirement products such as PERA. But as opportunities grow, so does the need for vigilance. So before you invest, verify first, and you invest wisely, invest responsibly, and whenever you invest in the Philippines, make sure that you do so through legitimate, regulated, and transparent channels. Maraming salamat po, and we at the SEC look forward to partnering with Filipinos around the world in building a more financially secure future for everyone. Good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, so clearly, the diaspora is already engaged beyond remittances. The only question now is how to optimize that. And I think the challenge is how to pivot, right? If there is interest in pivoting, which is actually a big question, right? Whether or not the diaspora is interested in building wealth here, not only for their families, but for the nation in general, or building wealth where they currently reside. So we're going to start with 3 questions, which we will discuss together. No, maybe we can also clarify that beyond remittances, so far from what I understand from you, can be interpreted in 2 ways. One is movement beyond or beside the financial arena into the social and civic arenas, recognizing that economic value is also created through voice, advocacy, mentoring, leadership, and so forth. And second, staying in the financial lane, but supporting a push or an addition to traditional uses of remittances into investment in high impact projects. So those are two interpretations of beyond remittances. I think we should start though with your own experiences, personal experiences. All of you, the three of you are entrepreneurs in your own right. And so the question is, how have you as non-resident Filipinos navigated the world of entrepreneurship and investment in the highly competitive economies where you found yourselves in the US, in Australia, and the UK? Maybe we can start with Roxanne, who is healthcare entrepreneur, yes? So let's start with you.
My golden rule in investing is don't put your money in something you don't know and understand. Because a lot, I heard earlier that, one of us did say that that's our hard-earned money, right? And a lot of Filipinos dream about becoming an entrepreneur. For some people, it is sexy to be a business owner. But, and also it can be, but we really need to understand and know where we're investing in and what we're putting our money in. So I'm glad to hear that SEC has come up with that project to assist our kababayans who do want to invest in the Philippines. And I think that should still be highly communicated and widely spread with our kababayans. Because number one, when you put your money, you have to put your money with somebody you trust. I think the Filipinos overseas really look at an agency or a person that they can trust. However, a lot of Filipinos, when you say trust, go to family, friends, and relatives, right? So it is in really educating the Filipinos and help them really understand. Because a lot of Filipinos with I have seen people, because I have been in the financial planning space, and I have been in private bank, and I have had a lot of clients in that space. And some of them want to be entrepreneurs, but I would dare say, go in slowly. Understand where you're going to be putting your money in, do your research, because that hard-earned money at your golden age is harder to get back. And I think that is one thing that we also, as the diaspora externally, from Australia, Austria, Germany, wherever we're coming from, we do want to invest in the Philippines. We love the Philippines. We always come here. We want to visit our relatives, and we want to spread that prosperity, not just for ourselves, but to our families. But one thing for sure, we still have a long way to go in understanding the investment climate here in the Philippines and how to navigate that.
Just to follow up, because a friend of mine went to Australia as well, and he was well accomplished in the Philippines, but he had to start from zero.
Yes.
In Australia. He described pounding the pavement. How did you do it?
Same story. I started with education. When I came to Australia 20 odd years ago, that will give you my age actually. I prepared my kids and I said, we're going to be starting from scratch, guys. And being from UP and being someone who actually seeks education and learning, I set a target for myself that I have to study every year. When I went to Australia, I actually started real estate first up. I wanted to understand how to invest. My career has actually been more of self-learning. I started in real estate. I got into banking. With NAB, I became a retail banker on the phones, a BPO, guys, hard knocks. So I was at 1-300 number, 13-13-12. I still remember that. When they ring the bank, they would ask me, 100 questions. And I have to understand which area of the bank to put push that call too. And that gave me the knowledge I needed about retail banking. After that, I go, okay, what's next for me? Self-education again. I went into mortgages. I studied mortgages. I studied how to borrow money. I started how to do that efficiently. I learned how to protect my credit rating. And from there on, I became a financial planner. I became a private banker. And then I moved on to strategy and marketing from the Australia Bank. And then from there, I went to entrepreneurship, set up my own businesses here, went back home. I had 6 clinics here. For those who know, that was my past life, semi-retired in Australia. And now I find myself in charity and community. And I think that's divine providence as well, because everything I learned through hard knocks when I started in Australia, I now use for our charity in Australia, where we have grown over the last 3 years by 200%. We are now the largest Filipino charity in the whole of Australia, and I am proud to say that we not only serve Filipinos, but we serve multicultural communities. And Tito Walter can attest to that.
How about you, Mariela? How did you navigate the world of entrepreneurship and investment when you went to the United States?
Okay, personally, I was a manufacturer here, an exporter, and was dealing with the Department of Trade and Industry and CITEM, making costume jewelry, all hand painted. However, immigrating to the United States in 1988, I found that the cottage industry labor is really, it was cheap to make things here in the Philippines. It was a very big challenge for me in the United States. There was nowhere close. And that's, I gave up my business. I sold it to a couple of department stores here, and moved on in the US, and could not do the same business at all because of labor, the cost of labor. 25 cents here was $25. It's an exaggeration, but it could be that way. But, and then I went into, because I was my own boss, I did not want to work for anybody else. I navigated through the real estate. In 1990, I became a real estate broker, and up to now, I still am. And I am very lucky, and I'm grateful that I'm able to do my nonprofit work or volunteer work. And so that was how I actually have navigated the entrepreneurship, and as well I was also able to, because of the real estate business falling apart because of the financial meltdown in 2010, I became a Filipino deli owner in the city of Seattle, and was recognized by the Seattle Magazine to, one of the areas or stores where you can go and get Filipino food. So mine was like a deli, and then I would cook 7 kinds of different food every day, and I would have a whiteboard, and of course, some Filipinos would say, "Ate, wala ka ba diyang sinigang ngayon?" Sabi ko, nakikita mo ba na wala? But anyway, that was really funny. But I sold it in 2020 during COVID, and really focused myself in doing community work. But so that's how it is with me personally. But on the NAFA side, I really think that entrepreneurship is the economic capital of what we do. We reach out to our business chambers of commerce, and that's how we connect. We in the U.S. know the economies, both economies, which is the U.S. and the Philippines, and that is truly an advantage for all of us. But I think what we should really think of is globally we can compete, but it's truly not just competing. It is actually, and I've written this down, how to better connect our successes abroad with the opportunities back home. And I think that is really, truly very important. Let's bring back or share, if I can say that, what we know, what we learn back home. So we can compete globally. We truly can. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask later, what is stopping you from connecting? You understand the experiences you have with the opportunities back home. But let's move on first to Attorney Amy. How did you navigate? You're coming from a different industry, right? You have legal services and so forth. How did you navigate that environment?
Okay. Yeah, it's working. Well, in my case, being a lawyer is not really a personal choice, but I come from a family wherein, when you're about to navigate college, you'll be assigned the traditional professions like accountant, engineer, doctor, or lawyer. So initially, I went for a doctor. In fact, I enrolled in UST. So, but I didn't last, for a semester. And I said, maybe being a lawyer would be, would involve a lot of entrepreneurship or business deals and so on. But from my observation, how I navigated it, I think it really comes from home or education, because since I was growing up, my father was a businessman, and we were trained to value hard work and earning your own money. So I remember when I was a kid, we get paid five pence to pluck the gray hair or white hair from my father's graying hair. The uban. So so I you harvest fruits from your backyard and then you sell it. So that's how we got developed to be enterprising. And being a lawyer is just a plus for me. Attractive to my clients, but I really deal more with the structure of the deal. Is it going to be profitable? And I've realized that the diaspora success abroad should really be replicated back home, because we all love to see that going abroad is not going to be a necessity, but it's a choice, right? So before COVID, we invested with my brother on I'm not sure if some people have heard about the English as a second language. It was ESL. It was very big, especially before COVID. And my brother was one of the pioneer in 5-1 Talk, wherein instead of retail accounts with 5-1 Talk, he set up a center. So we have 100, agents with one account to 5-1 Talk. And 5-1 Talk actually liked the idea of just dealing with one center owner, and then you have 100 or 150 teachers teaching English as a second language. And then we expanded. But what attracted me to it is that it's like a way for me to give back, pay it forward, because we have a lot. I come from Capiz, and our city is called Rojas City, after the late President Manuel Rojas. We have a lot of graduates that normally could not find work in the province. So what do? They go abroad, or they go in the big city like Manila. So setting up this business, we were able to give, at one point, we're the biggest teachers, providers in the whole city, combined with, on top of the other schools, because it became really lucrative. But then again, I think it's one of the challenges that we're facing today, about AI taking away the jobs of our business process outsourcing.
No, and I'm going to save you for later. Okay. No, what I'm wondering about is what you've described is an environment of economic mobility, right? You fail, you get up, etc. in your country, in where you currently reside. What is it about the markets in Australia, the US, that allow you to do that, which doesn't seem to be present in this country too much, right? So I think that's one of those, we can go into the, enabling environment for that sort of entrepreneurship, which will lead us to an enabling environment for investment. Right?
Yeah. Well, one thing that comes to mind, like for example, in the UK, the environment from the government is very supportive, and especially after UK left the European Union, the government has gone like full force, enabling a good business environment. So it's not just coming from the government, but there are a lot of organizations that supports entrepreneurs, SMEs, especially upscaling and even exporting. And they have like for example trade trips to countries, especially in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is a very big business opportunity for the UK. So it's the policy of the government, it's the support that we get from the government, and that it enables businesses, SMEs to thrive and set up their own business.
From my experience in Australia, we have business clinics. We actually have Business Victoria, who looks after educating people who want to go into business. So that helps. And, for people who would like to get into business and do understand that it is very different from corporate world. Being employed is different. I mean, a lot of people think, I am working for somebody, I can be the boss, I can run this business. Guys, very, very different skill sets, okay? So in Australia, we're fortunate to have an agency who looks after entrepreneurs. So there are also a lot of chambers of commerce. So you can self-educate. There are a lot of resources you can go to. And if we go really technical, when you are actually going belly up in your business, there are safe harbors that are actually open to you. There's also an ease in business transfer. So I can list my business anytime tomorrow and put it in the market, just like real estate. So there are processes, systems in place. There are guidelines in place to make people get into business or decide not even to get into business, because business can be a risk, especially for small entrepreneurs. When you look at it, Australian labor is very expensive. We're looking at about $28 an hour now. And if you're going to put together a halo shop, for example, and you're putting somebody there who's going to, you're going to pay $28 an hour, how many halos do you have to sell? So a lot of people get into franchising and business without really looking at the numbers. Let's really, really look at the numbers. That's why I say sometimes, again, I will repeat this. You think being a business owner is sexy. It can be, but it is high risk. Know your numbers, understand the business, and tap into the resources that are available to you before even going into business. Because it's not a coward's way out when you say, this business is not for me. In fact, it's a very, very smart decision, because you could just save your family's livelihood and your retirement funds and your kids' inheritance, may I say.
Okay, so looking at the numbers, and we'll move on, we'll move forward. Compare the numbers in Australia versus the numbers here. Because I think the challenge of Secretary Ang is, can we pivot and invest in the Philippines to further the economic goals of the Philippines? What is your assessment of at this time of both the interest of the diaspora in Philippine investments and the math, right? The math.
I'm going to put my hat as a financial planner. When I was a financial planner, I tell my clients, oh, you want to retire? I can exponentially multiply your currency. go to the Philippines. Your $1 becomes how many here now? What's a dollar exchange rate? So 1 million US becomes, so who would not want to come here, right? Who would not? The math stack up. But it's the trust factor. It's the infrastructure. It's making business easy for everyone. It's making our diaspora community trust the processes, the systems, and the infrastructure in place. I think I visited, Secretary Ang, and we were discussing some sort of things about retirement. And my question to him is the Philippines ready? Are we really ready? Because like I said, Filipinos everywhere want to retire in the Philippines. When we grow older, we look after an aged care community, 65 and above. And when we grow old, we look for pansit, dinuguan, sinigang. We look for our language because it flows very beautifully from our tongue, our native tongue. So we do want to come home. But what are we really coming home to? We have to look at the statistics as well. How many have attempted to come here? And then they go back sawi. Okay? Because their hard-earned money in Australia, in Austria, in Germany, they come here, they consult their family, friends, and relatives and go into business. But their family, friends, and relatives are not the ones they really should be they are not the ones equipped to give them business advice. So we have to come up with a single point of agency or a single point of government agency or whatnot. CFO, maybe calling CFO, where we can just go and say, okay, we trust you. Show us the way. Give us the map. Give us the 1, 2, 3. We have worked very, very hard for our money. We want to support Filipinos. We want to bring our dollars here. 1 million US, $65 million. I can live very well here in the Philippines. But the trust, infrastructure, the guidance is what's lacking. So there's an opportunity for you.
Mariela, you're one of your. Everyone agrees. You talked about retirement capital, right? You're pushing that. Do you find the same obstacles to that strategy?
Well, it's confidence at the end of the day. But I'd like to share why NAFA, the organization I lead, is in partnership with the CFO, Atikha, OWWA, PRA, PNAA on this retirement and reintegration project that is going to happen here in the Philippines. Because this is, I say, the future. We know that investing in real estate here is great. We invest in different kinds of businesses, but let's also invest in what we can share for our next generation too, while we are enjoying it at the same time. And I am truly I believe in this next frontier here, which is the retirement community project, because a lot of us in my generation, I belong to the baby boomers, and next step is, where are we going to go? We want to share. We want to live in the Philippines. We want to go back because that's where I'm from. It's my homeland. And this is where my community is. This is my community. So what is there in store for me to live here? And it's this retirement and reintegration community project. And I said earlier in my speech, I'd like to invite all of you to visit the booth and see why this is the next frontier here in the Philippines. So
Thank you. Okay, so let's now hear from the audience. If you have questions or if you want to jump in the conversation as to what what you think about investment opportunities in the Philippines. Yes. You can introduce yourselves first.
Test. Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Francia. I'm with GMA International, the international arm of GMA Network. So we feature regularly success stories of Filipino entrepreneurs who made it abroad. So your thoughts, Roxanne, were very much appreciated because they were sobering reminders of what it takes to succeed as an entrepreneur. However, we also have to recognize, I think, and a lot of them probably are in this room, we have managed to overcome the challenges and made it beyond being OFW to being OFE, Overseas Filipino Entrepreneur, or Overseas Filipino Employer, from being worker to employer. So it's a change of mindset, and I think aligns very well with the theme of this conference, which is transformation. So my question is addressed to all of you. Despite all of the reminders and I think the caveats, I think we need to improve on what data shows as only 2 to 4% of annual remittances, say $36 billion last year, get diverted or channeled into entrepreneurial ventures. So to you individually, dear panelists, how does success look like in the next 3 to 4 years? Can we improve on the 2 to 4%? What are performance metrics individually? And I think let's address the audience here. How can we collectively as a community contribute to transforming the mindset from being merely worker and salary earner to being employer and entrepreneur or business owner? I think the next generation, as Mariela challenged us, deserves that. Thank you.
Can I clarify? Are you talking about to becoming employers and entrepreneurs in their new countries?
Wherever
Or
they are.
here?
I was amazed last week. I also hosted a panel, a Filipino family who started a Japanese restaurant in Dubai. Now they're opening the third branch in Dubai and a fourth one, of all places, in Tokyo. So bring ramen to Tokyo, where it came from. So we are capable of being business owners, employers, wherever we can, wherever we are. I think it's possible, and we have to highlight the lessons from these fellow Filipinos who have made it.
Okay, so can I save that question? Are there questions about pivoting to the Philippines? In other words, not really making it in the countries where they are, but how do you?
Yeah, in fact, that's the root of the question, Toby. 2 to 4% of remittances get diverted. Only that small amount. And I think our panelists from the SEC could validate that. Only 2 to 4% of remittances get channeled to Philippines investments, entrepreneurship related.
I'm not very familiar with the data because that's usually a BSP data from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. What I can validate is that among the last year we had around 400,000 registered stock corporations in the Philippines, and around and a huge chunk of them are also from a foreign capital. So you can say that there is significant capital coming back in the Philippines. But of course, that data I cannot say offhand now how many percent are from overseas Filipinos and how many are from foreign nationals.
I think the issue is, the 8 to 9% GDP number. It's not clear, first of all, which ones come from the diaspora and which are from the OFW, labor deployed. Those are two different things. Moreover, when you're talking about remittances going to investment, it's typically the receivers who make that decision, right? And so it's not the senders. And so the question is, twofold. One is whether or not you can convince your families here to invest, or whether or not the senders want to invest additionally in investments in the Philippines and not just to their families, and what's stopping that, right? So I'm wondering, maybe we can collect two more questions about the investments coming into the Philippines, or whether or not there's interest in it. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Laura Garcia. Thank you to our panelists. Many overseas Filipinos are eager to invest in the Philippines, not only financially, but also through philanthropy, social enterprise, and community development projects. However, concerns about, and pardon me for being blunt, corruption, bureaucracy, and accountability can sometimes discourage participation. What do you think are concrete steps are being taken or can be taken to strengthen, as Ms. Roxanne said, trust and transparency? And how can diaspora leaders and organizations partner with government to ensure that investments and initiatives achieve their intended impact?
Thank you. And then one more from the lady in pink.
Magandang tanghali po. My name is Janica Gross. I am from the Australia Philippines Business Council. My question is directed to the UK, ASEAN UK Business Forum. So I represent the Australia Philippines Business Council, and seeing your presentation, Australia has very similar priorities in terms of investments back in the Philippines: green economy, blue economy, digital economy. And it's also heartwarming to hear the we have a lot of Filipino investors, Filipino corporate investors who are coming outside of the country and then reinvesting it back into our economy. So one of them, in Australia, we have the Victoria International Container Terminal, the first fully automated container terminal in Southern Hemisphere, and ACE in Australia, who has invested heavily in renewable energy in Australia and also getting it back into the Philippines. They've invested up to a total of $6 billion into Australia. And so my question is that in terms of the engagement with our third culture, those who are born with Filipino migrant parents, those who are still learning about their culture back in the Philippines and how they can integrate into their own community. As we know, Philippines is still developing. For a long time, it has been developing. And we still ranked 5th in terms of the ASEAN, the whole of the region. We're in the fifth place. So I would also imagine that, in the UK, there will be collaborative partnerships, opportunities that you create to have a collective voice in the region. So my question is that, what is the one thing you would tell our third culture generation of Filipinos who are much more mobile, much more tech savvy, to encourage them to build a new economy and then get that voice heard across back into the Philippines? We have a huge young population who is ready to create new opportunities for their own families, the smaller communities in our, in our coastal communities across our environment sector. There's a lot of opportunities that we can create in the new green economy and the economy that you spoke about. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna take the first question first. The question was, there is interest, right? But there's a big but. The corruption, the lack of trust, the lack of confidence. So for the three of you, what kind of signals are you waiting for, or actions from government or from the business community in the Philippines that will increase your trust and confidence enough to go over that hurdle? And secondly, from the government side, and if DTI is in the room, right? What are you going to do to respond to the request for these signals? Okay, go ahead. Signals to improve trust, confidence, etc., so that the interest can translate into investment.
Okay. we are in a very critical time here in the Philippines. And what is truly important is there's no trust, there's no confidence. How can we overcome? I believe that we start and end with civic engagement. It is important to vote the right person in office. This is truly what we in the United States, the diaspora, we are worried about that. And if we do not have the right people in place, how do we have that trust and confidence here? It is true that we should have a diaspora framework through CFO. However, even if how hard Secretary Ang works, and if the people here do not do their due diligence in voting, nothing is going to happen. We cannot get out of this problem. It is important that we should know who to vote in the right position. That, to me, the most important.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I don't disagree with that, okay, because leadership has to be, it has to start from the top. However, sometimes there are things that are not in our control. So we vote for the one person that we want to win, but they still don't win. So we have to put that power back into our hands. We have to mobilize as a community to educate and regroup, educate each other, build business chambers, put together books, build, communities that actually support each other, cooperatives, and transfer the knowledge, mentor each other. I actually would like to commend the person over there who said that there are a lot of business people who were actually able to overcome those challenges and are successful. But that statistic is very low. I would really like to see that increase 1,000-folds, if ever, But how can we do that? We really need to support each other, guys. We need to be more generous with our knowledge. We need to be more generous with our expertise. And we really should genuinely care for each other. Yung malasakit po. Na sometimes it's a hard thing to say, but you gotta say that. If that business, is not gonna thrive anyway, no matter how hard you crunch the numbers, say no. It's not possible. We have to be honest with each other. We need to build that circle of trusted advisors within our community. We cannot always rely on government. And if we rely on government, we're gonna, puputi na yung buhok natin. So we have to empower ourselves. We have to empower communities.
Can I just mention, this is a very recent report and also very relevant to what we're discussing right now. As you well know, UK is having the same crisis politically and economically as with other countries like Philippines. With the voting, the politicians, I agree with that. But sometimes, it just doesn't work. And we have that experience in the UK. We have the Conservative government for how many years, and now the Labour government or the Socialist government, which also, it's not as promising to turn around the problems in the UK. We have a high young people or youth unemployment rising, and also. That's why I think a problem with productivity, and that's why I think this report was commissioned. So this report, which I can say kind of like comparable to the diaspora. Diaspora is the money, right? And the issue is how do we connect for them to invest? And as what Jerome has said, that it's only like 2 to 4% of the remittances that is sent to the Philippines goes to investment. But really, these remittances, right, are are given to support the family's education and also health, hospitalization, and building like new homes or whatever. But again, these are not, it doesn't compound. So if you send money to build a house, what happens when a storm destroys it? Then you have to build again. Whereas if you're going to invest it, there is a good return, and the rule in investing is that you don't invest the money that you cannot afford to lose, because it's not going to be a win-win situation the whole time. You're going to lose. Sometimes you will win, and sometimes you will win big. And with respect, I just want to tie this into this report. The report has said that there's around 2.3 billion pounds of money from private investors, savers in the UK that is just sitting in the bank. It's not being invested. And one of the recommendations of that report, which I think CFO can look and maybe copy, is, again, I will stress on education. It's good that SEC here has got all those financial instruments or investments, but really, not many people or ordinary diaspora would say, okay, I know what an ETF is. I know which shares to buy, So education is important. If you're a seasoned investor, you will have those datas on those companies and what have you. But if you're, a retail investor, you don't have. So I think CFO can have this program. If PEZA has got a red carpet rolled out to FDIs, foreign investors, why can't CFO have like a PEZA for the diaspora?
Did you want to address that question in terms of what kind of,
Yeah.
they're looking for signals, right? In
Yeah.
terms of building
Yeah.
confidence, etc. And one of
Yes.
which, by the way, is that you can open a business and close a business in one day,
Yes.
which is simply not true in the Philippines, right? So
Um,
how does that work?
Yes, regarding that statement that it's not yet true in the Philippines that you can open and close a business in one day. Actually, it's already happening. We have recently introduced the SEC. We have introduced the OneSec, as in ONE, OneSec. So in one day, through our digitalization programs, you can already open up a business or incorporate in the Philippines in one day. And this is accompanied with zero processing, meaning you don't have to submit physical copies of notarized documents, wet signatures. So all of this are done fully digitally online. So this is one of the reforms that the SEC has recently introduced. In terms of what my co-panelist, Attorney Amy, has said about having a red carpet treatment for investors in the Philippines, I myself, I was part of PEZA, and I was part of the promotions team of PEZA doing this investment missions, accepting the delegations from the ASEAN UK Business Council. And we always promote the Philippines as a country where it's easy to do business. But of course, because PEZA, we have one-stop shop, meaning all of the registrations are done with PEZA. No need to deal with the local government units, with the national government agencies. The only agency that PEZA doesn't cater to is SEC, or company registration. But now that we know that you can easily register a company in one day with the SEC, then it makes things much better. This is for our entrepreneurs, or for those who want to open up their businesses in the Philippines. In terms of for the other question, in terms of trust and confidence in the Philippines, of course we recognize that there really is a crisis of trust and confidence in our government. As for the SEC, I can only speak for the SEC as the regulator of the corporate sector and as the regulator of the capital markets. We can outline to you, I can outline to you right now all the initiatives that we are doing, but what we want to emphasize is that we are continually trying to promote ease of doing business in the Philippines, just like what I've given as example that you can now open a company in one day. And we also have introduced different compliance and regulatory amnesty or discounts for those companies who have yet to fix their compliance with the SEC. We have discounts for their penalties. We also have reduced the transaction costs for micro, small, medium enterprises. So we have discounts for those companies, MSMEs that want to list in the PSE, in our Philippine Stock Exchange. So we have all these measures to promote entrepreneurship, at the same time ensure that there are transparent rules, that we ensure the efficient working of the capital market. And lastly, most importantly, we are here to promote investor protection, because that is very important for our overseas Filipinos to feel confident again in putting their hard-earned money back into the Philippines. And that's what we do with my team. We do investor protection and financial literacy initiatives. So we deal with Personal Finance 101. We do activities or engagements when it comes to retirement planning, investment 101. And we have a partnership. We have a partnership with the DMW for our overseas Filipino workers, and also we have an ongoing talks with the CFO to do more engagement with them in terms of financial literacy activities.
Okay, so we're supposed to wrap up, but I have a question. When you say government, people voting, we have to make sure we have to vote the right people. Is it the national government that is the main thing? Is there a way to just go around the national government and just go to the local? Do you have experience? Is it easier going straight to the local governments, or have you tried that? Quick lang.
Yeah, I think that's another thing. We spoke about policy. We spoke about the laws. So I think it's because one of the issue of not just the diaspora, but the foreign investors is that if you're trying to, for example, setting up a solar farm, you have to deal with the land title, you have to deal with the local government, and then you have to deal with the national government and whatever department that is like in charge of the energy and environment. So it's just too many. And it's too much time, too much expenses, and so on. So maybe if it can be like streamlined rather than going. Also, it stops corruption. I mean, lesser people involved, lesser departments, less corruption.
Okay, so that's where we are. It seems like the math adds up, Secretary Ang. It adds up. There is interest. People want to come back home, but there is this trust, or lack of trust, or lack of confidence that their hard-earned money will be optimized here. And so I think the issue really is back home, which we've known even for FDIs or diaspora. I think that's the bottom line. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause.
Let's move up. Also get your questions to the panelists.
Thank you, Dr. Monsod, Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Sarthu, Attorney Alado Blake, and Assistant Director Harsh Vardan for showcasing the entrepreneurial spirit and economic innovation of the Filipino diaspora. You have shown us that Filipino contributions to the global economy are vast, varied, and vital. We now invite Chairperson Dante Clink Ang II and USEC Arlene Borja to come on stage to present the tokens to the panelists and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights during the panel discussion. The certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Monsod, Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Sarthu, Attorney Alado Blake, and Assistant Director Harsh Vardan. It is called Beyond Remittances, diaspora economic contributions through investment and entrepreneurship at the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit held on June 16, 2026 at Manila Marriott Hotel, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed by Secretary Dante Clink Ang II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. We now request our moderator and panelists for a group photo opportunity with Secretary Ang and Yusek Borja. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a momentous occasion that demonstrates the practical impact of the discussions we've just had on diaspora economic contributions. We will now witness the ceremonial signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Commission on Filipinos Overseas and the Philippine Chamber of Commerce in Singapore. May we invite to the signing table Secretary Dante Clink Ang II, Chairperson, and Undersecretary Maria Arlene Borja, Executive Director representing the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, and Ms. Maria Edlin de la Cruz, PhilCham Singapore co-founder, board member and assistant secretary, and Ms. Ninalyn Kakananta, PhilCham Singapore founding member, internal auditor, and education subcommittee chair, representing the Philippine Chamber of Commerce in Singapore. Through this partnership, the CFO and the PhilCham Singapore commit to strengthening business relations between the Philippines and Singapore by extending assistance in matters relating to trade, investments, and other initiatives of relevance. Further, this collaboration will pave the way for broader strategic and timely business linkages among diaspora members, leading to contributions essential to national development. Let us give a warm round of applause to Secretary Ang, Undersecretary Borja, Ms. De La Cruz, and Ms. Cacananta for this partnership. This MOU is a living commitment to the vision our panelists have articulated, that diaspora economic management is not simply about sending money home, but about building sustainable partnerships, creating opportunities, and actively participating in Philippine economic development. To cap our morning session, we invite our summit delegates to direct your attention on the screen for the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr.
To the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, my fellow Filipinos across the world, and our partners and friends gathered for the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit, I extend my warmest greetings to you all. I am uplifted by this gathering because it gives fuller expression to the truth. Our nation does not end at our shores. Its consciousness lives on in many communities abroad where our people work with skill, lead with conviction, build enterprises, raise families, preserve our culture, and keep faith with the country of their birth. As the CFO marks its 46th anniversary, it reminds us that our engagement with overseas Filipinos must be organized, sustained, and translated into concrete results. This summit embraces that larger purpose by opening discussions on policy reform, entrepreneurship, investment, cultural preservation, educational exchange, and the role of the younger generation in sustaining the bond between the Philippines and its diaspora. I hope that this summit will deepen cooperation between our institutions at home and our communities abroad. May it create better pathways for diaspora investment, skills and technology transfer, cultural diplomacy, and the many forms of civic and professional participation through which overseas Filipinos may continue to contribute to nation building. Let this occasion affirm that wherever Filipinos may be, they remain part of our country's continuing story. May this summit strengthen your resolve to turn shared identity into genuine service for the people. I wish you an engaging and productive summit. Mabuhay ang CFO. Mabuhay ang mga Pilipino sa ibayong dagat. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can now take our lunch. Please help yourselves to the delicious food that the Manila Marriott Hotel has prepared. More importantly, use this time to connect with fellow diaspora members. Share your experiences, explore potential partnerships, and begin building the networks that will carry forward the vision of this summit. You may also visit our exhibition area, where you can find booths showcasing diaspora-led initiatives, government programs, and partner organizations. It is located at the hallway directly outside this ballroom. We encourage you to see them for yourself during our breaks or after our networking lunch to connect with exhibitors and learn more about opportunities for engagement and collaboration. We shall see you again at 1:30 p.m. for the continuation of our panel discussions.
Ganda ng iyong ngiti, akin ang napapansin. Sugatan na puso'y kusang gumagaling. Handa na bang lisanin mabigat na bitbit? Magaan ng buhay, wag problemahin. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haha. Halika na, halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili natin kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mo isipin ang babalikan. Iba'y paranaw, purong kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili natin kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Pagtitibayan kong puso para sa iyo. Mamaos man ako, marinig mo lang ang tinig ko. Oo, gagawin ko yun, basta't gagawin mo yun. Magandang bagay, alang-alang sa sarili mo. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na, halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili natin kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mo isipin ang babalikan. Dito'y paranaw, purong kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili natin kalawakan. Halika na, halika na.
Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Ang kasaysayan ng ating
Ladies and gentlemen, one thing that brings Filipinos together, no matter where we are in the world, is our love for music, entertainment, and inspiring stories. Through these, we celebrate our culture, connect with one another, and proudly share Filipino talent with global audiences. Today, we're excited to meet a talented group of young artists who are doing exactly that. They are the stars behind one of GMA Afternoon Prime's newest and most inspiring dramas, Born to Shine. For our kababayans abroad, you can also catch the show on GMA Pinoy TV through your local service provider. These amazing actresses bring to life the members of the fictional P-pop girl group Yumi, a group whose journey of friendship, hard work, and pursuing their dreams has captured the hearts of viewers. Through their acting, singing, and dancing, they showcase the passion, creativity, and talent that are examples of how Filipinos transform and energize the places they inhabit and shine wherever they may be. Please give a warm welcome to the stars of GMA's Born to Shine and the members of Yumi. Zephanie as Jenny, Olive May as Megan, Naya Ambi as Alfia, Gaya Misha as Nancy, and Mitzi Josh as Yuna.
Bagong gising pa lang, agad nakangiti. Kita sa salamin, nangangarap na muli. Hindi perpekto, pero buo ang loob. Sa bawat hakbang, alam na kakayanin ko. Kung nahihirapan man ako ngayon, pipipitin ko ang alangang kahapon. Sabay, tayong aahon. Ito ang ating panahon. Maliliwanag sa dilim ng mundo. Hindi kailangan magmadali, we're good. Sa sariling ritmo we glow, we move. Kumikinang saan man magpunta. We shine, we rise, we're feeling so alive. Di ka nag-iisa, just stay by my side. We shine, we rise, we fly and reach high. Sa bawat mahina, this is our time. Let's go! I am Naya Ambi as Althea. Hello po, ako po si Mitzi Josh as Yumi Yuna.
Hello po, ako po si Zephanie as Yumi Jenny.
Hello everyone, I'm Gaya Misha as Yumi Nancy.
And I'm Olive May as Yumi Megan. You and me, we are
Yumi!
So, as mentioned a while ago, we are a P-pop group from a musical drama series called Born to Shine on GMA Afternoon Prime. And it's such an honor for us to be here to share this very special day with all of you. And we have another song for all of you, but before that, we would like to invite you all.
Yes, we would like to encourage you to watch award-winning news programs, Filipino dramas, especially as Born to Shine, by subscribing to GMA Pinoy TV, GMA Live TV, and GMA News TV through various pay TV providers.
Yes, guys, to know more, visit gmapinoytv.com and subscribe or follow at GMA Pinoy TV on all of their social media platforms.
We believe we share all the same passion and goals in sharing and bringing our Filipino culture, not just in the Philippines, but also globally.
And we would like to acknowledge every single global Pinoy in this room for pursuing their dreams abroad, even though despite all of these challenges.
Yes, and as Yumi, we are here to bring light and inspiration and encouragement to every one of you and to all our global Pinoys, because we believe that we are all
Born to shine! Let's go!
Di ko mapigilan magtingin sa'yo. Kahit saan ako, ikaw ang hanap ko. Parang may magic sa bawat galaw. Puso ko'y kumakabog, di makasigaw. Simple mo, di talagang kakaiba. Lahat ng kulay mas kumaganda. Kapag malapit ka, ako'y nagwawala. Sa bawat sandali natutulala. Bakit ganito? Ikaw nasa isip ko. Hanggang panaginip, ikaw ang katabi. Hey! Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Kaya pilit ko ay di maiwasan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Di maitago ang nararamdaman. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan.
Wait lang, teka, di nagbibiro. Di na malaman ang feelings ko. Laging nakaslide sa isip ko. Bawat taong buhay nakaloop, di ko ma-move. Di ko na alam kung dapat bang aminin. Di ko na alam kung dapat bang sabihin. Baka matawa ka lang, gusto lang malaman kung ikaw'y may pagtingin.
Bakit ganito? Ikaw nasa isip ko. Hanggang panaginip, ikaw ang katabi. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Kaya pilit ko ay di maiwasan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Di maitago ang nararamdaman. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Oh no, bakit na slow mo? Di na maitanggi ang tinatago. Yung
Once again, thank you to Yumi. And this time we would like to call on stage Secretary Dante Clink M. Ang, the second of CFO, together with Mr. Joseph Francia, First Vice President and Head of International Operations, GMA Network, to join Yumi for a photo opportunity.
Kahit pa umabot sa taas ng mga bituin, tara na sa manahilahan lang, walang sinumang maiiwan. Dream big, chin up, we're gonna make it. Hands high, run free, gonna reach it. No fear, no doubt, no limits, no limits. May kakot minsan, di magkakaila, pero mas malakas ang paniniwala. Lahat may kwento.
Once again, let's give it up for Yumi.
Let's all do a 0.5. Everybody smile.
Let's go.
Smile. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for having us.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. Where professional support highlights your team's exceptional work. Where true artistry and skill define every detail. Where vibrant local experiences enhance every event. Where world-class hospitality is always welcoming. Because you deserve a 5-star experience every step of the way. Where there's always an opportunity to meet destinations that are beyond extraordinary. To explore amazing adventures. To enjoy breathtaking views. To discover exciting food. And to meet colleagues, old and new. Here in the Philippines, we pour love into your business. And we take pleasure in honoring your milestones with you, making every meeting a success and any event a celebration.
Hello, kamusta? Marajaw karajaw, maayong adlaw, naibataal ka. Hello, kamusta? Marajaw karajaw, maayong adlaw, naibataal ka. Welcome to the Philippines. Being in the Philippines, where your new adventure begins. Love the Philippines. We take your business to heart. We take your business to heart. All the places feel home from the start. Oh, mabuhay with a smile. Stay for a while. Love the Philippines.
With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit. This time, we explore how the Filipino diaspora preserves our cultural heritage and serves as cultural ambassadors to the world. Even as Filipinos establish roots in distant lands, they carry with them the language, arts, traditions, and values that define who we are as a people. Entitled Bridging Generations, Cultural Preservation and Educational Diplomacy, this panel discussion examines how diaspora communities transmit Filipino heritage across generations, maintain cultural institutions abroad, and use arts and culture to strengthen the connection between the Philippines and the diaspora. Moderating our session is Dr. Jocelyn Celero. Dr. Celero is a professor and assistant to the Dean of External and Cultural Affairs at the Asian Center of the University of the Philippines in Diliman. She teaches courses on Japanese society, culture, politics, and economy. She has published extensively on migration, identity, and transnationality of Filipino migrants and Japanese Filipinos. Since 2019, she has served as a research fellow consultant for UP CIFAL Philippines. Let us welcome on stage Dr. Jocelyn Celero.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Maayong hapon. In Japanese, you say konnichiwa. It is my honor to be the moderator for the third panel, which is on bridging generations, cultural preservation, and educational diplomacy. This panel consists of 4 panelists, and it is my great pleasure to introduce each of them. Our first panelist is Mr. Virgilio Cerver Quizon, who is a 2004 Papio Banag Awardee and Managing Director of KUNST. I searched for this, sir. Let me go back to my notes. Mr. Quizon is a Filipino art impresario, curator, critic, journalist, and a founder and managing director of KUNST Filipino, where he pioneered the Filipinism movement, championing Filipino identity in art. He is a member of the International Council of Museums, or ICOM, and chapter commander of the Knights of Rizal, Heart Chapter. He was the founding president of Barangay sa Alemania in 1984, which organized the first Santa Cruzan in Europe. And the association lending assistance in exigencies at home in 1994, which extended aid to Filipino communities. Recognized for his contributions in Filipino art and communal creativity, he is a recipient of 3 presidential awards. So let me invite Mr. Quizon to the stage, please. Our second panelist is Mr. Nash Ang. Mr. Ang is the 2022 Migration and Media Awardee and founder of PinoySoul.com. Mr. Ang is an award-winning filmmaker and migration scholar whose work explores the relationship between migration policy and human capital preservation. His research work centers on the integration waste concept. It's a theoretical framework derived from a 5-year longitudinal study of Filipino migration pathways in South Korea. A 2-time Ani ng Dangal Awardee and 2022 Migration and Media Advocate Award recipient, Mr. Ang holds a Master of Fine Arts from the Korea National University of Arts. Let us welcome Mr. Nash Ang. Our third panelist is a female, Miss Marnie Manikad, who is the co-founder and president and CEO of Team MMPI. Miss Marnie Manikad is a visionary director, producer, and executive recognized for her creative leadership and storytelling mastery across film, television, and documentaries. She is the co-founder, president, and CEO of Team MMPI, as mentioned, where she also serves as the executive producer and principal director of all its projects. Through works that spotlight Filipino identity and global narratives, she exemplifies how cultural storytelling advances national pride, economic opportunity, and political awareness. Her projects not only highlight the strength, creativity,
and resiliency of Pinoys, but also establish her role in harnessing Filipino global power for transformative impact. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Marnie Manikad. And our fourth panelist is none other than Dr. Eric B. Zerudo, who is the current chairperson of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, or NCCA. Dr. Zerudo is the chairman of the executive director of the NCCA and associate professor at the University of Santo Tomas Graduate School for Cultural Heritage Studies and national coordinator of the Catholic Bishops' Conference, or CBCP, Episcopal Commission for the Cultural Heritage of the Church. A recognized expert in cultural heritage conservation, Dr. Zerudo serves as Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Higher Education Network for Intangible Cultural Heritage and has represented the Philippines in various UNESCO heritage initiatives. Dr. Zerudo has published internationally on heritage conservation and continues to advise World Heritage Sites while promoting interdisciplinary, value-based approaches to cultural heritage management. Let us all welcome Dr. Eric B. Zerudo. So we have 4 panelists for this session, and each member will be given 4 to 5 minutes to present their material to help us, later on discuss the importance of not just art, but also educational diplomacy, in advancing Filipino identity, especially abroad. So without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to our first presenter, Mr. Quizon. You'll be given 4 to 5 minutes to deliver your presentation.
Thank you, Doctor. In September 1974, a Philippine Airlines flight carrying almost 100 health workers landed in Frankfurt, Germany, and I am one of them. And this started my diaspora journey in Germany. So, we dream. Before going there, we dream. We Filipinos, actually, I would like to say but we are Filipinos. I am a Filipino. We Filipinos have always carried dreams across oceans. A bigger house for family, a jeepney for father, tricycle for brother, a sewing machine for mother. And mapalitan na sana ang ulam ko sardinas kung magkaka-abroad ako, which is Ligo at that time. We live to give our children better education, to escape poverty, and to earn respect through honest work. Next, please. The struggle abroad. In Germany, we endured the coldness of winter, the barriers of language, and the unfamiliarity of culture. Yet, every payday brought comfort, the joy of sending money home, knowing our loved ones would smile upon receiving the fruits of our sacrifice. The act of giving became our silence ever since. Next. The distant within, but dreams often collide with reality. Pride is swallowed, family ties strained, and self-respect eroded. Money, once thought to heal, sometimes fracture relationships. Distance turns us into strangers, even to children born in Germany who grew up with a culture far from our own. Misunderstandings arise, identities are questioned, and communication gaps. Next. Diaspora identity. Diaspora is not only a struggle, it is a creation. In Oberhausen, the Santa Cruzan carried Filipino tradition into German streets, pioneering heritage in Europe. These cultural acts became bridges, affirming identity while adapting to new contexts. They remind us that even far from home, we remain custodian of our memory and tradition. So for me, I was in Germany and they don't know our culture. And for me, is to gain respect, is to show our very own culture and tradition to our host country, in which I started in 1985. It's not only the Santa Cruz, but almost all that we could show: performing arts, cuisine, literature. We tried to spread it with a dialogue between the 2 days Pistang Pinoy. Filipinism makes identity visible through art transforming memory, rituals, and symbol into cultural anchors. It sustains heritage across generation, empowers resilience, and bridges homeland with diaspora. Together, diaspora identity and Filipinos converge, affirming culture as a living practice, expanded through adaptation, resilience, and creative continuity, made visible in art. So I started to launch Filipinism, what makes art Filipino, making visible things visible to the canvases of the artists. Put their identity onto canvas. Color them with their cultural heritage, color them with their mythos, color them with their environment. And this is theirs. Walang pwedeng magdoble. And this is ours, and this is our diaspora in culture, in painting, and in visual art. Next po. So, after that, the power of remittances. Our sacrifice is a power. What we did not always realize is that our collective remittances become a lifeline for the nation itself, strengthening the Philippine economy, sustaining communities, and giving countless families opportunities they might never have had. The government call us mga bagong bayani or modern hero. And while symbolic, it reflects a truth. Our contributions are not just financial, but cultural and moral. We carry the Philippines into the heart of Europe, proving that resilience, creativity, and compassion can flourish across borders. And thank you so much for the Commission of Filipino Overseas for giving also this presidential award, for recognizing our effort. Next po. But are we satisfied? We have questions. So we ask, Cubadis OFW, where are we going now? This Cubadis OFW, I initiated a painting contest, Cubadis OFW. I think it was 2025, and all the finalists, I brought it to Europe and different cities and exhibited it. Because I was then before curator of European Museum, then hindi naging mahirap ang pag-exhibit ko. So, saan pa tayo talaga pupunta? In Germany, our diaspora has shown resilience, building communities, preserving traditions, and asserting identity. But the larger questions remain. Will our sacrifices lead to fulfillment, or will we remain perpetual migrants, forever searching for a greener pastures? Sa akin po, seeking for a greener pasture, isang malaking tanong. So I built a Kunz house, an art house in Batangas City. I train artists, and some of them are winners of the national competition in the Philippines. I train them with free board and lodging. So, before we have this investment, I don't invest money, I invest knowledge. I train people so that someday there will be perhaps will be a good citizen of the Philippines when they have enough income. And Sinabi ko rin sa kanila, told them, bawal magutom ang artist. At ito po ay pinatunayan ko na may pera sa art. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa atin lahat.
Hello. Maraming salamat, Sir Bear, for your presentation right on time. And by the way, all those beautiful illustrations were created by Sir Bear himself. So thank you so much, sir, for showcasing your talent. Our next presenter is Mr. Nash Ang, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nash Ang. I'll talk to you right now about the Korean dream. Next slide, please. In January 2021, I sat on the drafty floor of a one-room apartment in the industrial city outside Seoul, interviewing Julia, a Filipino factory worker. Her fingers were stained with industrial lubricants from assembling syringes. On her lower table, a Korean grammar book and a church bulletin. When I asked about her dream, she spoke of a pangarap. Next slide, please. Oh, hindi pa pala. So, previous muna. Pangarap, the active collective moral commitment to build a stable future. Yet, South Korea's guest worker regime, the E9 visa, structurally defined her presence as a temporary panaginip, a legal dream of sleep, demanding she rotate out precisely for 4 years and 10 months. Okay, next slide, please. From 2021 to 2026, my study tracked 5 Filipino migrants navigating these legal boundaries. What we documented is a phenomenon I call integration waste. The systematic discarding of language skills, technical training, and social networks built by these networks. South Korea faces an unprecedented democratic crisis with a fertility rate of 0.72. It needs integrated residents, yet the system discards them. When the visa clocks out, we see a structural split. The first is, next slide, please. The first is reclaimed citizens, like my friend Elena, who subsidize their stay through marriage or professional visas. The second is our silent stakeholders, like the pseudonyms Julia and Julia, who chose undocumented persistence in factories, and their children will be left administratively invisible until who's winning these laws. And third, evaporated presences, like Papa Jack, an entertainer who overstayed, withdrew with all the digital and community networks to avoid deportation, and disappeared into complete social invisibility. Next slide, please. Isa pa ba? Isa pa. Okay. This divergence proved that structural visa design, not individual capacity or willingness to integrate, dictates a migrant survival. If we want sustainable cultural preservation and educational diplomacy, we must move away from a model of labor extraction to stakeholder retention. We can leverage the 2024 Philippines-Korea Comprehensive Strategic Partnership and our social security arrangement to co-manage migration. We can request to expand the point-based transitions like E74 and local to F2R pathways to grant municipal recognition to guest workers' children. Next part. And my question is, if a democratically contracting host state must continuously reduce a migrant relational pangarap into a legal panaginip to protect its borders, what is Korean dream? And who is the one who is dreaming? Thank you. Yun lang pa.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Nash Ang. I keep on coming back to the podium. I forgot my pen. When I first saw this concept, integration waste it's not surprising because I'm familiar with migration studies scholarship, but I think that there's a lot to unpack when we talk about talent human capital, and tied to search for identity and dignity, I think, abroad, or so many of our people, no, Filipino people, trying to find their place and sense of belonging, in receiving society. So we move on to the third panelist, Miss Marnie Manicad, please.
Good afternoon. So I'm Marnie Manicad, and that's what I look like on a regular day. So if my last name rings a bell, I'm actually the wife of Jiggy Manicad. Yes. So I just got back actually from Mexico. By profession po, I am a producer and director for television, documentaries, and film, spanning over 2 decades of work. So, but first and foremost, I am an advocate for loving the Philippines, for serving the Filipinos, and offering my body of work and my everydays to God. So I do not want to bore you with, long presentations, but I want to tell a story because I'm a storyteller. And so I was in Mexico and I was looking at my feed and it was Independence Day. So lumabas po doon yung mga past posts ko. And it was so good to see, what I've accomplished with the Lord in the many years that I've been working. So back in 2012, we came up with a documentary series for the National Geographic Channel called Inside Malacanang. And I think I have a picture of that. Okay, yan. So it was an Emmy-nominated documentary series that was aired on National Geographic, in which we also had a premiere in Malacanang. So this was back in 2012. Next slide, please. Next slide. During the time of President Noynoy Aquino. So it popped on my feed, and it was a nationalistic project. So in 2013, and that's the next slide, I only have pictures. So this is an Oscar-nominated film that we did about the Cebu dancing inmates. And during the time, it was a well-celebrated group of people, no? And the world didn't know that it was actually in the Philippines. So we did a movie about the Cebu dancing inmates, and we had the premiere, and it popped on my feed that we did at CPDRC in Cebu. And so last year, Philippine Independence Day, we had a premiere for the documentary that we did for Netflix entitled I Love Filipino. I wanted to share it with all of you for better appreciation. A short teaser of that documentary.
Filipino music ba yan? Hindi ba tunog Western?
Pinoy ba yun? What makes architecture Filipino architecture? Bakit foreigner yung look ng mga pyesa mo? Imported na ingredients.
Is it still Filipino?
What makes it Pinoy?
Ano ba yung Filipino?
It's something that comes with a story, a rich culture, a rich heritage of specific people from specific regions of the country. It tells of their story. It tells of who they are as a people. and it represents them.
Ang dapat isipin ng Pilipino is we're not in competition with anybody.
Kung ano ikaw, yun yun eh. Because you are the summation of the entire life, your entire influence. That's you. That's the Filipino.
Thank you. So that's the teaser for I Love Filipino. We had the premiere at the National Museum last Independence Day, 2025. And so we're working on season 2, which will air next year, Philippine Independence Day. Actually, Dr. Eric Zerudo will be in that documentary. So I was so happy to see him earlier. He was my seatmate. So, so I wanted to share this because this started, the concept of working on this documentary started over breakfast. My husband and I were having breakfast, and there was a lot of political noise at that time, you know, a lot of news, shall we say. And a lot of documentaries are also made that are poverty porn. And what we wanted to highlight is really the Filipino and the Philippines. Kasi ang ganda ng Pilipinas eh. And it all starts with an idea, you know, a conversation. And I will always go back to basics. I don't want to complicate things. What we learned in school, napag-aralan natin na mahalin ang Pilipinas, mahalin ang kapwa Pilipino, and that's what we have to do every day. So it starts by planting a seed, by lighting a candle, and letting the seed grow. So this documentary was seen in globally, and we got a lot of calls from different cities, you know, countries, inviting us to come over. But it's really, probably we were able to get that because ang nakita nila, talagang napakaganda ng Pilipinas. Diba? Kulas is here. And Kulas is a Filipino because pag ngumiti ang Pilipino, ibang usapan na. Diba? Nakukuha natin sa ngiti ang ibang tao. So, just like what I always say to my children, you know, plant that seed and that seed will grow. People will know about our culture. People will know what's in our hearts if we let the world see that light and that seed, if we let it grow into a beautiful tree. So it's all about loving the Filipinos. It's all about loving the Philippines. So thank you for listening to my story at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Miss Manikad. I always tell this to my students, you know, you don't just love the Philippines, you have to every day choose to love the Philippines, even if it's hard. Yes. And finally, our last panelist here to present, Dr. Zerudo, please.
So allow me to greet everybody. Mabuhay. Diba? Greeting po yan ng DOT. Love Philippines. But please give me the chance to go through my script. You know, I have to confess to all of you, I'm a ground worker. No? So it's often difficult for me to do policy speeches on the macro side if you've been working on the ground for the longest time. So I represent the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. This is the highest policy-making body of the country related to arts, culture, history, and heritage. For this afternoon, as migration continues to shape our world, an important question emerges. How do we ensure that succeeding generations of Filipinos abroad remain connected to their heritage, culture, and identity? So many diaspora communities, cultural preservation goes beyond nostalgia. It's an active, continuing effort to pass on language, traditions, values, stories, and collective memory to younger generations who may have been born and raised far from the Philippines. At the same time, these communities serve as cultural ambassadors, helping introduce Filipino culture to broader international audiences. In the NCCA, our primary platform for advancing these objectives is Centro Rizal. I think everybody knows who Rizal is, no? Established in Republic Act 10066, the National Cultural Heritage Act in 2009, the Centro Rizal serves as the Philippine government's cultural center abroad. This is comparable. Ito po yung counterpart like Instituto Cervantes of the Spanish Embassy. We have Alliance Francaise, the British Council, and syempre may konting ambisyon tayo ang ating Centro Rizal. This is dedicated to Filipino arts, culture, language, and heritage among overseas Filipinos international audiences. Today, 2 slides after, please. Yes, that one. We have 38 Centro Rizal sites operating through Philippine Foreign Service posts across different regions in the world. So this is more than a physical space. Very often po, ang tingin nila sa Centro Rizal bookshelf. No? But it's more than that. Baka konti ang libro, but we really make it a point to enhance this through our constant programming, a bridge that connects overseas Filipinos to their roots through cultural exchanges. So for many members of the Filipino diaspora, they are not merely recipients of cultural programs. They are our active partners in cultural preservation and perhaps more importantly, cultural ambassadors in their own right. Next slide. Now, our cultural programs involve different schemes. Dunong, we dispatch lecturers, experts to elaborate on Philippine culture, history, and heritage. Lahok, creative workshops, literary, performing, traditional arts. Nood, film screenings and multimedia presentations. Bikas, poetry reading, storytelling. Tanghal, cultural performances that showcase Filipino artists, the traditions and contemporary creativity. And Diwang, celebrations of national holidays and commemorations. Tampok, we also have traveling exhibitions, cultural objects, artworks, digital heritage resources. So collectively, these programs serve as platforms through which culture is not only preserved, but continuously shared, experienced and transmitted across regions and generations. Next slide. So when you look at these programs, this highlights the accessibility of our materials from here. And we maintain this growing collection through digital cultural resources that can be accessed anytime. Next slide. So we have to maintain also our website, the YouTube account, Instagram, Facebook, and Viber channels. So in all, we try to make sure that these programs and resources reflect a simple goal. Next slide, please. To ensure that the Filipino culture remains accessible, relevant, and meaningful for overseas Filipinos. Recently, we realized even though we can flood our embassies with all these materials, there is still this one thing for many of our Filipinos abroad to experience a real, authentic cultural contextualization. Marami pong may request if they can come back here to the Philippines and again go down to the ground and bring back to their host countries that wonderful experience, that episode, that Filipino episode that they've longed for. So we hope to have this partnership with our Commission for Filipino Overseas and take off the first program, which is Pamatron. From the word patron, you become the patron of your culture. You come back to the Philippines, you will have the greatest experience of immersing in the Philippine fiesta. From the preparation of the pig, to the roasting of the pig, to the eating of the pig, lahat po yun pagdadaanan mo. From the Santa Cruzan, to the preparation of the carroza, to the preparation of the saint, to the procession, you go through all of that. And these are the things that we will always cherish because it's not only experiential, it's affectual. No? That is one important episode you will carry through. This is something that we have all been deprived whenever we go abroad. No? It's a total holistic episode that you would like to carry back with you. Now, we've also noticed that even our local governments are in wanting to have diasporic interpretations in their towns. Lahat po ng bayan sa Pilipinas may OFW. Impossible na wala. Like in Pangasinan, they would like to come up with an OFW museum under the Carlos Bulusan experience. An early author who went to the Americas in the 1940s, and he really longed to go back to the Philippines. This resonates very strongly to what we're experiencing now. No? The early migrants and how they were going through this, that Bulusan Museum will go through again that experience of leaving the town. It comes from the word balon, binalon, baon. The things that you carry when you journey. Kaya may word tayong binalon. No? And this is the story of all Filipinos who have journeyed and left their home country and how they have survived and how they will always cherish to go back to their roots. Maraming salamat po. Magandang tanghali.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zerudo. And now we're all done with all the presentations. We will now proceed to our open forum, the first half of it. And this will involve responding to some of the questions I have written down. I wrote a couple besides the one suggested, but I guess the first question here, it has really something to do with your own personal experiences and perspectives. No? So the first question, from your experience and perspective, what do you think sets Filipino culture apart on the global stage? So maybe we can start with Sir Ver.
Unlike other cultures that emphasize in the individualism, Filipino heritage thrives on shared rituals. Fiestas, Santa Cruzan, Bayanihan, that embody collective memory. And on the global stage, the manifest as warmth, inclusivity, and adaptability.
Thank you. I think that's from the heart, no, based on your experience in Europe, I think not just in Germany, no? What about you, Nash?
For me, what I think differs us sa ibang mga people from different and
from
diverse
other cultures, from other groups,
cultures
yes.
and countries is we're really resilient on what we do. At para tayong chameleon in terms of adapting on many things, and we've all blend kung ano yung existing na meron yung different culture to adapt to them. That's why we're loved not only on South Korea but on the whole world. In America as well, they love Filipinos. So and that's what makes us different, and we're really adaptable and really resilient.
Okay. I have a colleague who has an irritation on the word resilience because it's not always good, it's not always positive, and I think that in leading to Miss Marnie here to say something about the fact that in your presentation you also pointed out that I think we have to get past the idea that the Philippines is just about poverty, hardship. There's always been those images, I think, that have been represented and giving us a sort of negative representation, I think, in the global stage. What can you say about resilience as something among all other images that should be represented but have not been fully shown or illustrated, I guess, not just in media but in other, in other platforms or spaces?
we have a very, very rich and diverse culture, no? If you go around the Philippines, you experience the different kinds of food that we have, yung iba't ibang klase ng festivals, very diverse. And ang Pilipino, pag nakita mo sa ibang bansa, nakasalubong mo sa airport or sa palengke or sa kung saan man, alam mong Pilipino eh. That's why I mentioned earlier, if you pass by a Filipino will either, say hi, di ba? Very friendly, nakangiti parate. But there's so much to showcase. It is the ordinary, mundane things that we take for granted. Let's say ulam sa bahay, adobo, 'di ba? It's a common thing, but if you bring it abroad, 'di ba? Niluluto rin 'yan sa mga iba't ibang households ng mga Pilipino. It may be cooked a different way, but it is called adobo. Merong toyo, merong suka, 'di ba? It may be a modernized version of the adobo. So, it's about really loving the basics. I go back to that, di ba? Yung ordinaryong bagay or experiences that we have in around us, we should really put that on a pedestal and show to the world itong mga klase ng practices and heritage that we have. So, as I always say, it starts from a person appreciating things. And if we go beyond appreciating and showcasing it, mamahalin talaga ng hindi lang Pilipino, pati ng ibang nationality ang pagiging Pilipino natin. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Marnie. About Dr. Sarudo, we want to know from the NCCA's perspective or your experience, I think, with NCCA, how much representation has the Philippines and Filipinos have evolved over time, I think, and have we come to a point where we have completely overcome some of the negative stereotypes or bad images, etc.?
Yes, we would always, personally for me, I would always highlight whenever I would talk to my team that when you work with Filipinos here or even abroad, ang first thought lagi, madiskarte yan, ha? No matter how, that's why we're the only people that has that word, diskarte. Where did that come from? Even in applied arts, in industrial arts, even in survival, we always use, diskartehan mo na. Aabilidad niya yan. No, whether it's performative or anything, gagawa niya ng paraan. He will look for a way. The Filipinos are not, it's not something na very close. I've always felt it's always performative. No? And when you say it's performative, it's like a theater. When you work with a Filipino, kompleto dapat yan. There has to be the sound, there has to be the light. The Filipino, pag binigyan mo ng mikropono, kakanta yan. At I tell you, the one who sang in the Independence Day when the president stood up and gave a standing ovation right in front, saan mo kinuha yan, Eric? Doon ho, nagbibenta yan ng barbecue doon, yung babaeng yon. No, hiniram namin. Kumanta siya, ako ay Filipino, 3 octaves higher. Ang Filipino, bigyan mo na entablado, magpe-perform yan. No? And they love to perform. You saw yung kanina dito, no? The P-pops, no? And there are many versions of those. Now, the last thing also about Filipinos are that whenever they would do something, it is to create that sense of belonging. They have to put that together, that composition, that they should not create that animosity. That sense of communality and community should always be there. No? So, it is important that it's shared. Many of these are shared because they've always grown up in an environment that the family is extended. No, way back to the time of the Filipino heroes, extended na sila sa Paris, extended pa sa Madrid. When they returned here, extended pa rin ang mga bahay nila. So, it's that. It's very common to all of us. So those are three things. Madiskarte, it's performative, and that sense of belonging should always be there.
Yeah, just a follow up. Like, do you think that our image representation, or not just in media but also in other programs of the government, have somehow improved our image or representation over time?
Well, this is very difficult to answer. Media is very fast. No, I would say because of the social media access, transmission is very, very fast. So I think our ideas, our creative juices should also work very fast in a way because it's easier just to pick up and edit certain things and it sends a different message altogether. If you don't know the whole narrative, then things will fall through. No, maybe that's the issue with regards to this drowning of the two athletes. These are some of the issues about two priests. Maraming ganon because the narratives, you don't get the total picture of it. But media's already there. Now, with regards to Philippine arts, culture, history, and heritage, the same. No, if we cannot really project the total narrative of this, then we might be missing a whole lot in terms of messaging. No, so that's the only, I think, red flag or caution that I have to give to everybody. No, that things work very fast now. Things happen simultaneously. There are multi-universes. There are multi-narratives that you navigate. But with this thought, it's best to highlight all the positive things because most likely people will just capitalize on the things that will be more controversial.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and related to what you just said, my next question has something to do with the fact that, of course, we're now globally, connected, and the consumption of information, has been super fast-paced than ever before, especially through social media platforms. So, what do you think has changed in terms of the method of passing down culture, of passing down heritage to younger people, especially in the recent times? Has it been, this innovation in technology, information communication technologies been helpful in educating the young Filipinos abroad? Or has it impeded somehow because, we're also experiencing misinformation, disinformation at a rapid pace, right?
Traditionally, culture was transmitted to oral storytelling, rituals, and gatherings. And because of this social media, it was digitalized. So that's why I became a journalist. I entered the TFC, ABS-CBN TFC, the Philippine Channel, para maipakita ko kung ano ang ginagawa ng mga Pilipino sa ibang lugar at makarating. Malaki ang maaabot nito. This is social media, this is digital, and also those who are those performing arts like madrigal singers, Chander Kunz and Douglas Neal's power dance. So our second generation can see it. If you are not at the venue, you can see it through television. And all the stories of diaspora, yun ang ipinalabas ko noong journalist pa ako para madaling makaabot, malayo ang maabot, at mapulutan ng magagandang aral. So it transformed. Kasi nung una, nandun tayo, nanonood tayo, we have this oral discussion. Now, through social media, malaki ang itulong po nito.
So, based on your experience, sir, how has these what do you call these shows, media performances been received by young people in Europe?
Yes.
Positive po ba? Receptive po ba? Ano po
No,
sila?
because hindi po kami namilit ng second generation. We just show it in TV. If they will If they are interested, then see it. If not, then it's okay. Nagawa namin ang parte namin. Pero mostly because nakikita naman nila na we are Filipinos in blood. So nagiging interested sila. And they even nag-host pa sila. For the last 25 years, we hosted different performing arts like dances and music. And it develops the second generation too. Because they linger around with them. So malaking natulong po. Especially social media nowadays. So they are looking forward about what to see again. Yun po.
Good. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. Sir Eric, you want to respond? Nash.
For
In South Korea.
Okay. For me, like the method on how we relay message, there are two factors. May dalawang factor na consistent throughout the course of history of humankind na kung bakit ito nangyayari. Yung una is yung effort kung paano gawin yung isang bagay. Pangalawa, kung gaano kamahal o kamura to. So pareho siya hanggang from now hanggang yung recent days, yung AI. So before nung buhay ako, syempre, we were using like print, like TV, and then like newspapers, and then we have this is telephone. Naging daan to para mabuo yung mga the likes of yung guest worker like group, or tawag namin sa South Korea are EPS workers. So they have like E9 meron silang newspaper dati na ang tawag Sulyap Pinoy. And then it come to the point like we passed to the point that we became more digitalized. So ang nangyari yun, parang yung relevancy niya medyo hindi na siya unan kanina sinabi ko. Hindi na siya mura at hindi na siya accessible kasi may mas madali ng bagay na pwedeng counterpart doon. So ito yung nagkaroon in the middle of that I have and some people did make some like platforms like yung sa amin ay pinoysoul.com. And then that yung parang naging bridge to get this information. Pero we come to the point today na parang yung social media is mas malakas pa sa tabloid kung magbigay ng chismis. So we do adapt. Like even the tabloid themselves have their social media versions to relay their messages. And then we are on, and even like Commission of Overseas, CFO itself, like meron tayo dating Ma'am Award na it was catered for like the traditional set of media, and now like it's evolving to kung ano ba talaga kung ano yung media ngayon. And then and apart from that, we're more evolving because of this AI technology these days na mismong yung titignan mo tama ba yung sinabi ng AI, natitignan mo kung paano ba talaga ginagawa ng AI yung pagbibigay ng information, because this may be all hallucination, and pag nakita ng mga bata na this is all false, papaniwalaan pa rin nila yung technology kasi napaka-polished yung pagkabigay ng message sa kanila and convincing. So it's our fault kung hindi natin ginawa ng paraan. Dito pa lang we're setting up everything for the future generations to come.
So speaking of youth in South Korea, how engaged or involved in pinoysoul.com the young people there? Like, can you say something about their engagement in your platform?
Before, when I was like staying in South Korea, I was a scholar I got a full scholarship from the Korean government through the Korean National University for Arts through the Art Asian Major Scholarship, and at that time, medyo the younger version of me wants to do something that can help the Filipino diaspora in my region. So apart from building the website itself, na medyo may alam ako kasi originally I was a filmmaker. I am a filmmaker. So media is somewhat related to what I do. Kasi ayun yung ano eh, I am graduate in broadcasting sa Polytechnic University of the Philippines. So more than that, like we want to more elevate how we can actually promote Filipino culture outside the Philippines. So we had organized cultural activities like the first Korea Pinoy International Film Festival there in South Korea. It was fine and good, and then it's well supported kasi, and our team is about migration. And then afterwards, nag-COVID. And then after, hindi na siya, push kasi nagkaroon ng ng technological development. But the point is proof of concept that we can actually do something more relevant if we creatively push ourselves to the boundaries na alam mong physically possible but artistically physically impossible but artistically possible.
Thank you for sharing. Miss Marty, maybe you can say something also from the media perspective.
Yeah, so I do content for television. I still do. No, for the past 15 years, we've been in partnership with GMA7. So we have television shows that we produce. But everybody is on social media. And there is a lot of noise on social media. We know that, right? Parati ko sinasabi, when we also talk to different people, na importante that we put out meaningful content. Content that will stand out or meron siyang unique selling proposition or USP para mag-second look yung mga viewers on social media. So, maraming ingay, pero how can you be a cut above the rest and for people to take a second look at your content, right? So, how do we do it? So, sa amin, we didn't only do it through social media, but we took it to the next level by taking it to a streaming platform, which is Netflix. And the discussion, after nila mapanood yung I Love Filipino, is through social media. So, ang daming young Filipinos who are interested sa kultura natin na meron palang ganon, you know, the things that we presented there. So, we have to, tama si Nash, that we have to challenge ourselves to take it to the next level, understand what is AI, understand digital technology, you know, and be one step ahead. So, yung future generation natin, hindi lang masastuck doon sa common. They will modernize things, they will make it their own, and that's okay. Because that is what will make our culture alive. Diba? So, let's push for that. Let's study. Let's spread our culture through these meaningful platforms.
Thank you so much, Miss Marty. Doc Eric, do you have something to add, or are you?
Yeah. No, I'm pondering on this topic of transmission, particularly technology-mediated transmission. It's inherent in our work, particularly as heritage workers. When you talk of heritage, that idea of passing to the next generation. It's so cliche. Passing to the next dream. But remember, this is all transmission. This is all about access. No? And how do you do this? For NCCA, the spectrum is very wide. We have to advance the very traditional approaches, no? From the schools of living tradition to the mentoring techniques, to the residency techniques, up to the formal education, up to the higher education. You pass on culture, arts, heritage, and history through that. No? So, we feel a little short-changed whenever, kunyari, CHED, sabihin nila, oh, yung GE subjects, ganito na lang, ha? Issue yan. No? Because we really have to expose, in fact, breakfast pa lang dapat inaagahan na ang kultura. No? So, this is the formulation. Now, what happens? Enters AI. AI for us is not only artificial intelligence. In our parlance, AI is also ancestral intelligence. And when you say it's ancestral intelligence, you move from the past, go up to the very future, which will become artificial intelligence, and the iteration is almost endless. No? So, we are now talking about copywriting AI, the future, and AI, the ancestral intelligence. Who owns that? So, these are very difficult discourses.
Yeah.
No? Very, very difficult discourses because the moment you do transmission and you have access, there are already instances where are you going to negotiate this and transact this? Will you sell this in the social media? The moment you sell that, who will own that property? Ibang-iba na yan. No? So we're moving into that. No? But for me, the moment it's technology mediated, there'll be so many access points, and at the same time, what kind of experience would you like to transact? Like, if you see I Love Filipino, you will whet your appetite, no? But at the same time, will you have the chance to go and taste that particular food? It whets your appetite. The Filipinos kasi are performative. It will dive. They have to go there. No? But sometimes that experience is not available. So, the ones that they're trying to put together are programs for them to dive into. Because social media is a plethora of platform.
Yep.
But where will they dive? So, these are things that we always have to raise inside the NCCA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience. May we hear from anybody? Yes. There's two here. We'll also wait from the right side.
Yeah, I am a retired teacher. Cultural presentation often looks backward, while education policy looks forward. In your works, where have you seen these two aims clash? And what did it take to get elders and deaf ed or young teachers on the same page? Thank you.
Anybody who would like to address that? Can we bridge the two generations?
I do believe that it complements with each other. The point is, how can you katulad ng sinabi ni Dr. Jose Rizal, paano ka makakarating sa paroroonan mo kung hindi ka titingin sa likod mo? In other words, the point is, in order for you to, let's go with the AI, in order to train the AI, we have to look at the historical data or like mga training data in order for it to say something in front of our children. The point is, it will, although yes, it hallucinates now, but it will come to the point that it's perfect in the point na wala ka nang sasabihin kasi ang ganda-ganda na ng sinasabi niya. Without the history that molded us to become the best person that we can ever be, the future or the policy also will depend kung ano yung nakaraan kasi without that there's also no future to come.
Right.
Ayun masabi.
Yeah. So I think that they need to be bridged together, no? Okay, do we have one more? Yes, ma'am. And then two more from this side before we wrap up.
Thank you. I'm Sonia Dellen. I'm from San Francisco and also a fellow filmmaker, executive producer. I have a question for Dr. Cerudo, but I just want to let you know that my film, The Road to Sydney, is receiving an award from the Pinoy Review Awards next week from the Society of Filipino Film Reviewers. Dr. Cerudo, I'm also a board member of the Dr. Jose Rizal Legacy International Foundation. And I'm happy to let you know that we have a life-size bronze sculpture of Dr. Jose Rizal in Colorado Springs. And we are also doing a bronze installation in Daly City, to be followed by Texas. I do have a question for you. And of course, everything that you did are the tenets that we're following: the education and diversity, inclusion, and making sure that the Filipino and that everybody knows about Dr. Jose Rizal and about the Philippine culture. So my question to you is, I'd like to set up an appointment with you. Second, may I? Second is, what can NCAA do for our project in the US?
In fact, we receive quite a number of requests from our foreign posts, no, especially the United States. No, a big Filipino community is settled, no, in the United States. I think, you know what I'd really like to request from many of you is continue, no, all of these activities on arts, history, and heritage. I really hope that you will have all this calendar of activities that you can forward to us, because we'd also like to roll this out here in the Philippines. We don't know exactly what's happening on that side of the world, no? And for example, institutional programs. The Philippines celebrates Arts Month. All the 7 arts are celebrated every February. So that's visual arts, that's dance, that's music, that's performance. Then you move on to March, that's Literature Month. Food Month is April. Heritage Month is May. June is Freedom Month. July is Language. August is, every month it's a big institutional celebration. You write on those thematics, and that will be a very strong, solid impact, no, about Philippine arts and culture. So, Indigenous Peoples Month is October, one of the most colorful, because all 127 indigenous communities, and they come to Manila and they have a grand set. All of this, the textiles, they all come out, no, in that particular season. And trade fairs here and there, highlighting new experimentations, iterations, innovations related to Philippine textiles. So it's a big effort that everybody is trying to ride on, and all of these are emerging markets also for our industrial or cultural economy. No, let's start small, no, even just with the calendars, so that we know also what experts or talents we can share to all of you. Because it's easier to raise funds if you are under that umbrella of the institutional celebration. No, so yun lang po. Thank you very much, man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Okay, last 2 questions from this side, please. Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your presentations. I really appreciate it. My name is Raf. I'm co-founder of Make a Difference Travel, Make a Difference Earth. We work with a lot of communities using ecotourism to build the culture and enhance environment. No? I was wondering, Sir Zerudo, from your lens, parang what would you like the private sector to do to support you? I'm flipping the question that the other lady asked. How do we support and connect with you better so that there's more synergy? Because there's a lot of there are many Filipino youth here who really want to do something for their country, but I don't think they really know where to start. And perhaps you might have the answer to that.
You know, we're very, it's so heartwarming to hear all of these proposals, no, from the youth. There are many advocacy groups now, no, coming from Heritage pa lang, ha? Association of Heritage Preservation, Heritage Conservation Society, Youth for Heritage Pangasinan, Youth for Heritage in Echage, all over the Philippines. They just move around here and there. No, they try to familiarize themselves with the landscape. Some advocates, some eco-tour groups, no, they move all over the Philippines. And if they can say, going back to basic, they can say something good and share it in social media, that's a big plus for us already. Yeah. No? And these are the things that we need. I know all of them are into social media as well. They're in TikTok. No, we cannot take them out from that. That's their language already. But out of that media platform, they could highlight something that they love doing for their country. That's a big plus for us already. Now, if you'd like to be more immersed in some heritage work or cultural work, then they can go to our office in the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. We have more than enough, to share to them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You, and then one last, please. Gentlemen. Back.
So, so hello, good afternoon to all. So first, we appreciate the talk on culture. So my question would be twofold. First is, have you seen any change or shift with the idea of bayanihan, which is our very innate culture, especially with your engagement with the diaspora? And the second question is, how can we maximize culture as a way of showcasing, not only showcasing bayanihan, but also making it as a bridge between the diaspora and the homeland itself? Thank you.
Sir, there, have a response? Okay, Nash.
Okay,
Nash.
okay, so for the bayanihan, let's go with the grassroots version niya. Hindi naman kailangang magbuhat ka ng bahay para at dalhin dun sa kabilang city to city. So one example one example of bayanihan that happens in our Filipino diaspora, halimbawa, yung isang worker ay nagkasakit or halimbawa na aksidente doon sa kanyang pinagtatrabahuan, halimbawa sa factory na pinagtatrabahuan niya. Ang tendency kasi niyon, wala yung pamilya niya to support that person. So ang style ng bayanihan ng Filipino diaspora is ipakalat sa social media ang nangyari para magkaroon ng donation. Yes, for help. So the era changed, history changed, but the message or the practice is still the same.
Still the same.
Yes.
Yeah, and I want to add, because I lived in Japan for several years, and we have volunteered for church, several churches there, especially during Typhoon Yolanda. We did for example, concert for a cause. We invited Lolita Carbon of Asin, and she did a concert, and then we were able to collect 300,000 pesos, and this was donated to I think several parishes, I think in Leyte. At that time, and I think that's one example where you see Filipino communities mobilize, and they share their blessings. They put them together, and then they work to their respective parish or church where they serve or where they're actively involved, and it benefits their parish back here in the Philippines. And that is really an example of where we can find solidarity, bayanihan, especially in times of crisis. I think there are countless stories of this anywhere around the world. Every time the Philippines experience a typhoon, a crisis, the Filipino diaspora comes to rescue, and they're able to pull the resources together. And I think that's still pretty much alive to this day. I'm pretty sure there have been some various causes, various activities right now to support Mindanao's recovery after the earthquake. And I think from time to time, we've seen this, a lot of this, and I think most likely this will continue, I think, for the next coming years or so. And the difference is that we have social media. So we're able to share these stories of solidarity in times of crisis. So, yeah. Press.
So I remember in 2013 when Typhoon Yolanda struck Leyte, I was there together with the CFO personnel as a volunteer and kasama. So we were in Pastrana and in Palo Leyte. And when I was there, the young generation of Germany, which is Alae, called me, what ano po ang aming maitutulong? I need money. I told them, oh, we need money. We can buy water to bring it there because we brought it already. Food, we brought it already. So this young generation and other generation make a fundraising. And just they told me, help these people to make a cooperative. And through the help of the CFO, Link Appeal project, they established a cooperative in which this young generation gave 1 million pesos as fund. So this is Bayanihan in second generation.
And we hope to continue to see more of this on the part of the younger members, young generations of Filipinos, Filipino members of the diaspora. And to close, I'd like to thank all my panelists, I think, for their very active participation and all your valuable inputs, I think, in making this panel really, really interactive and insightful. And I'd like to emphasize also that this panel, I think, made us realize that the Filipino diaspora, I think, will continue, I think, to strengthen its sense of identity and belonging to Filipino homeland through art, through education, through media, in whatever ways possible, to continue to bridge the past and the present, and also the future. So with that, this ends the third panel. I'd like to thank everyone, and thank you so much, our dear audience, for active participation.
Thank you, Dr. Solero, Mr. Quizon, Ms. Manicad, Mr. Ang, and Dr. Zerudo, for demonstrating how the Filipino diaspora keeps our culture alive and vibrant across oceans and generations. Through your work, Filipino heritage is not just preserved, it is celebrated, shared, and enriched. We now invite Chairperson Dante Klink Ang II and Yusek Arlene Borja to come on stage to present the tokens to the panelists and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights during the panel discussion. The certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Celero, Mr. Quizon, Ms. Manicad, Mr. Ang, and Dr. Zerudo. And the title is Bridging Generations, Cultural Preservation and Educational Diplomacy at the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit held on June 16, 2026 at Manila Marriott Hotel, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed by Secretary Dante Klink Ang II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. This ends our cultural engagement panel discussion. This time we will be witnessing the ceremonial signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Commission on Filipinos Overseas and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. May we invite to the signing table Secretary Dante Ang II, Chairperson, and Undersecretary Maria Arlene Borja, Executive Director, representing the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, and Dr. Eric B. Zerudo, Chairperson, representing the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. In line with the CFO's vision of Filipino migrants maintaining strong cultural ties with the Philippines, this partnership will pave the way for further initiatives that strengthen Filipino identity, heritage, and culture in the diaspora. The CFO and the NCCA's partnership will also contribute to the exhibition of transnational Filipino talent, the organization of culturally inclined leadership programs, and the timely organization of relevant fora for constituents to deepen their understanding of Filipino arts and culture. Let us give a resounding round of applause to Secretary Ang, Undersecretary Borja, and Dr. Zerudo for forging this partnership for our youth. This MOU is proof that when we invest in our young people, when we create structures for their leadership and engagement, we are not just securing the future of the Filipino diaspora, we are actively building it. While enjoying catching up with your fellow non-resident Filipinos, we will now present the premiere screening of the Australian Filipino Community Services short film, I Am Filipino Enough. This 10-minute piece offers a powerful and honest glimpse into identity, belonging, and cultural discovery. A journey familiar to many third culture kids and derived from the AFCS Experience Filipino cultural immersion trip through the CFO You Lead program. The film offers a first look into the full documentary series AFCS will be unveiling later this year. We are honored to share this first screening with you today. Please sit back and enjoy the film.
forgotten already.
Po, magkano po ito?
Tama po ito. Okay.
Chime? 3 po, magkano po ito?
Ang plate number nun, NHN 8729.
Meron po akong information, reliable po ito, na yung LTO, pinagbubura na yung record ng mga sasakyan. At kilala ko po kung sino yung nagpasimuno para burahin ang records ng mga sasakyan na ito. Balang araw ay mananagot din siya.
Okay? So, balik natin dun sa picture, no? Yung kanina, ayan. Ano to? Dami ah. Paki-describe kahit sino.
Yan po yung isang bahagi po ng pagbibilang po ng pera, sir, sa office po ng SunWest Corporation.
Saan tong office na to?
Sa Tectite po, sa may Ortigas.
Ah, hindi to Valley Verde?
Hindi po, sir.
Ah, hindi. Next. Saan to?
Doon din po yan, sa office din po yan, sir.
Meron ba kayong money counter o ganyan na lang ang bilangan?
May counting machine po yan, sir. Marami po yan, sir. Hindi lang nahagip sa kwan. Pero minsan, sir, ang kwan kasi niyan, sir, per bundle po, 1,000,000 na po yun. Bundle-bundle na po yung bilang, sir.
Eto, tanong lang, may mga oras ba na nababawasan yung pera sa pag-deliver sa inyo? Pag-deliver ninyo? Wala, may magre-reklamo kay Mark o kay Paul. Kulang.
Meron sir, nagre-reklamo yung kay Kong Romaldes po na minsan kulang po yung delivery.
Magkano daw kulang?
Hindi ko lang kung magkano sir, million din nawawala sir.
Isang beses lang nangyari yun?
Hindi lang isang beses sir, bawat delivery po kulang. Pero sir, di kami kumuha nun
Oo
nagbibilang. Paldo sana kami ngayon sir.
Ayan, saan to?
Tectite office din yan sir.
Tectite pa rin.
Yes sir, yan yung mga pera na galing bangko, dinadala dyan sa Tectite.